Hello, welcome back to What Up. My name is Beast, and today we're back with Sky Full of Stars. Today is starting off great because my absolute fucking moron of a brother gone alcohol free. Well, like, he was out on an errand, so I decided, hey, you know what, fuck it, buy some stuff for me as well. And one of the things I wanted was beer. So I brought home a fucking alcohol free one. Like, who the fuck drinks alcohol free beer? Like, why would you drink that? Just drink something else if you don't want the alcohol. It's actually retarded. So yeah, that's why I'm have to be fucking... That's why I'll have to be content with this abomination today. Anyways, today we'll be heading into Saya's after story, so let's go. It hadn't been that long since I transferred schools. It was the third semester of 5th grade. I remembered it well, particularly that time of the year. Saya after. Let's see if Saya after does something better than Hikari after.
Yay!
Hikari and Akun high-fived. Oh, we're currently Saya, apparently.
Saya mo! ほら、早く早く
I copied them and raised my right hand.
Yay! Yay!
Clap.
やったね、二人とも
Hikari stomped and twirled, swinging her bag around with a face so happy she could barely contain herself. Akun looked at her with a bit of a cold gaze. Guess so. It was so brusque. Wasn't he happy?
今度こそ絶対成功させようねきっとみんな驚くぞ天体望遠鏡で見る彗星だもんね
Is it gonna be a disappointment again, or is it gonna be what I predicted last part? It was decided that we'd have an observation party in class this morning. Our target was Comet Geisen. It would be approaching Earth soon, and was a hot topic on the news. Kari was a ball of joy all throughout class earlier. Even now, she was quickly walking ahead on her own. Hey, wait up, Kari! Saya walks slow! I quickened my pace while feeling grateful for Akun's blunt concern when...
天の川さん
I stopped as a reserved voice called out to me. Some girls from class quietly waved me over. I timidly asked upon splitting from Akun and returning to the classroom by myself. And I really managed to make friends with everyone since my failure of a first day. Lately, after I saw the Wintal video at the observation party, I had slowly started having small chats, but my bashfulness kept me from reaching Hikari's level.
あんた聞きなさいよ聞きたがってたのあんたじゃん
I was getting anxious. The girls nudged each other with their shoulders. Akun and Hikari might leave me behind and go home first.
こよなら早くさ外村水星ってさ流れ星のさ
Everyone, including me, jumped at Hikari's sudden entrance.
早く帰ろうよそんで観測会の計画立てようよちょっとだけ待ってて
I urged on their question, relieved at Hikari having come back to
海
me.
藻水星がどうかしたやっぱりまた今度でいいなんで今聞かないだってひかりちゃんに聞かれちゃうでしょそっか私が何なんでもないのじゃあねひかりちゃん天の川さんまたねバイバイ
girls think that Ikari likes Aki, and one of the girls likes Akito as well, or something like that.
バイバイ。さようなら。
Truth, something was beginning under the surface that day. A battle between women surrounding February 14th. Oh no. No. Just as the shooting stars came in, too.
おやおや、また来てるね、かよいずまちゃん。ほんとだ。やっほー。こんにちは。
Knock knock.
お邪魔します。
Saya entered quietly after opening the door. Saya entered after quietly opening the door and peeking inside. I replied from where I was sitting, sitting at the table reading an astronomy magazine. Hi. She continued glancing around the room carefully even after coming in. She was just like a vigilant fox.
山田さん、今日はいないの？
She left already.
そうなんだ。
She put a bag from a convenience store that wasn't Sao Tome on the table. I could see a pudding lid from the slight opening.
ちょっと失礼。
She moved the magazine I was reading out of the way. Then plopped her cute butt on my open lap. Adorable. I was just saying, but there are other open seats. I'm just saying, but there are other open seats, you know?
一番座り心地がいいのはここだな。
She's quiet. I was kind of reading a magazine.
私が読んであげるよ。どれ？
Let me just turn up the goddamn voice sound volume.
むつら星の会のおかげで。
No?
あのね、好きだよ。なんて。
No, it's fine. Looking at you is more fun anyway.
私ってそんなに面白い顔してる？
Why is she so quiet? Yep. That was the wrong button. She got depressed. It just meant that your expression changes a lot, so it's interesting to look at.
私もう傷ついちゃったの。
What should I do to heal that
パ
injury?
ックンがプリン食べさせてくれたら治る。
What a shallow wound. You're acting awfully spoiled today.
そうかな。
He opened the pudding for Saya, who already had her mouth open and waiting. She urged me on. She pouted like she was about to cry. Well, I just got curious what would happen if I left you alone.
口の中がカラカラになっちゃうよ。
Oh, alright. Fine. Here. Her expression softened like she was melting. I took a bite while thinking to myself again how fun it was to look at her. That's sweet. That's like your indirect kiss.
私もあっくんの関節キサージ欲しい。
Yeah.
甘い。
She smiled happily from the bottom of her heart. Then she looked to the door in horror. Yamada stood there with a camera. It was not just taking pictures.
あっくん味だ。
There's some stuck to your mouth. Some caramel was stuck to the side of her mouth, so I got close and licked it off. Got it.
ドキドキした。
Should I feed you mouth to mouth this time? Just kidding. And what's with the blatantly disappointed face?
それすごくドキドキしそうだったんだもん。
Feeding mouth to mouth can be nice and all, but not with pudding. Maybe with like some hard candy. Overall, some snack, maybe like a piece of chocolate. But not pudding. Don't do that. Heck grief, you dirty devil.
違うよ。エッチな意味じゃないもん。なんでそういう想像ばっかりするの？エッチなのはあっくんだよ。あっくんがむっつりだよ。私は違うもん。
Yeah, then we'll eat normally. Here, say ah.
うーす。アキト、いるか？
Takichi entered the room like he always did, saw the situation, then froze for a moment. After about 3 seconds, he rebooted, then peeked around the room deliberately.
なんだ、誰もいねえのか。じゃない、部活行くか。
I suppose he pretended not to see us. He shut the door as he left.
見られずに済んだみたいだね。
Yeah.
何？私おかしなこと言った？
No, not at all. Sai was a shy person, but I swear she had nerves of steel sometimes. Sai is always right, Saya is God. You know what? I have to do this. I have to do this. I have to do this. Copy. Visual novel. Oh, people are actually in call right now, so I could straight up show them. I'm not gonna do that because then the Storm would have a chance to say something to y'alls, and that won't end well. So she wasn't going to correct that to goddess.
じゃあ続きだよ。
And she pretended like nothing happened. I scooped up some pudding and was about to put it into her mouth when my phone went off. I took a peek at it while she savored her pudding happily like an alpaca chewing on grass.
幼馴染がデレデレしてるのを見ちまうのって、なんとも言えない気分になるんだな。
Knock before coming in.
俺は今日、マナーの大切さを学んだよ。そういう意味でありがとな。
Shut it.
幸せだよ、あっくん。
Leaning her body against me, she fawned over me with an expression of pure bliss. If I had seen her like this before we started going out, I probably would have been more shocked than Takiichi's is now. Right after, though, I probably think, what an extraordinarily cute creature. I was actually thinking that right now.
何？
Nothing, I was just thinking what a cute creature you were.
もしかして私、コタちゃんと同じ扱いなのかな？
Possibly.
なんか複雑。
No, this is why it'd be okay to get mad.
彼女として不満だけど、でもコタちゃんは世界で一番可愛いでしょ？ならいいのかな？それを取るべきかな？
She mumbled to herself. Come on, hurry and eat. We'll be late for our meeting. Here, come on, come on.
ちょっと待って、そんなに連続で。
He just has it in his lap, just like, come on, eat, eat. Hurry the fuck up. After shoveling pudding into Sai's mouth and enjoying her frantic reaction, we left the club room. Hold on. Also, tomorrow I actually have to potentially act as a bouncer for like an hour or two. So I'm literally just gonna wear my long coat and my hat for that just because I can, just as a joke. I walked with Sai to the gate while pushing my bike.
親戚の人とはお話できた？
They'll help in supporting me. I tried to answer her hesitant question in the usual tone.
そうなんだ。よかった。
She looked sincerely relieved. She must have been worried for me. It was February, the third semester of our second year. In 2 months, we would become third years. So I had decided long ago to go to a university with an education department in order to become a teacher. I had planned to find a job. Considering my family situation, I had no other alternative. Or so I let myself think. I was just trying to avoid nuisances and gave it up. There were actually other paths I could choose. Tuition was a barrier to going to college, but there were scholarships, or you could take help from someone. I met with my uncle, my official guardian, and talked with him about this. It wasn't happily, of course, but I was able to get some assistance from him. We didn't promise each other or anything, but I planned to pay it all back, including what I'd received up to now in the future.
無理させちゃった。
I'm the one who decided to do it for myself.
でも、ずっと親戚の人と会うの嫌がってたのに。
Hold up. There we go. They were the people who looked after me, who was nothing but a burden until now. They were quite good people, and far from begrudging them, I was grateful. There was just a lot of history between us, so our relationship was strained. Although I myself was thankful, I held feelings with no logical solution. I think it's thanks to this Project Starlight.
そうなの？
It's like Connie and the others pulled off something so incredible, and I was one of the people affected by it. I actually saw the bright night for myself. Just feel lighter, I guess. Couldn't really explain it well, but my past worries and cares, the shadows surrounding my memories, had cleared away as if they'd never existed. That's how bright the starlight of that night was. She interjected vaguely, kind of getting it, kind of not. Everything's A-okay, basically. I spoke while pinching her soft cheeks.
ならよかったよ。
おっと、通い妻ちゃん発見。
A girl in a sports club uniform happened to pass by and called out.
ナマンダブー、ナマンダ
She put her hands together and started
ブー。
praying.
来週の新人戦、勝てますように。ついでに、ダイエットが成功しますよ
What?
うに。よーし、これで安心だ。通い妻ちゃん、彼氏さんとお出かけ？はい。いいねー。いってらっしゃい。
The sports club girl waved to Saya as she left. Looks like she was in the middle of some running. Saya returned the wave as if greeting a neighbor.
行ってきます。
Someone you know? We're kind of you were kind of prayed to.
知らない人。
You're slowly starting to become some kind of guardian spirit. Why do you look so happy?
嬉しいからだよ。私があっくんの通い妻ちゃんなんだもんね。
You reached the gate while talking like that. Saya hopped onto the luggage rack on the back of the bike without saying anything. We're off.
いいよ。
Saya in the back, I started pedaling. We were late to the meeting thanks to eating that pudding, and these were the first words Saya was made to say upon
で
arriving.
す。
はあ。なんですかそのかっこいい二つのは。遠心といびる愛。もしや暗黒面に落ちたプリンセスの呼び名。天戸川先輩にそんな闇属性があったなんて。違うよ。私のあだ名とかじゃないからね。私の瞳はアルビレオだもん。はいはい、ちょっとそこお静かに。
Gotti continued her explanation while pointing to the mirror box that the Pleiades 1 set up on the
さ
platform.
っきさやが言ってくれたのがこれ。プレアデス1号の心臓とも言うべき主教だよ。
今の ちょっと置いたい名前に何か深い意味がおありなのでしょうか、ほきぼし先輩。
なんかあるんだっけ？
Hey, don't look at me. I just got here and don't even know what you guys are doing.
玉木さんにプレアデス1号を見せてあげていたんです。夜暗い場所だと細部まで見えませんから。
Huh. Let's see. So what was the exchange about?
さあ、
ないよね。絶対ないよね。
あえて言おう。様式美だと。その秘密の名が美少女の唇から紡がれるとき、不思議な力が鏡にこもり、星の光を集めてうんたら。
なるほど。わかりました。
The girl in the Seisin uniform nodded strongly at Hikari's commentary.
わからないで、小金井さん。
This slim black-haired girl was Tamaki Kogane. As you could see, she was Saya's junior. It seems she attended Project Starlight and thus became aware of the astronomy club at her school, Seisin, then joined. She wasn't using it as a cover for manga studies at all. She was a true astronomy club member. It had almost been 2 months since she joined. At that time, there was winter break, among other things, that the Six Stars Club had been almost totally inactive. Recently, we ended up deciding to have a stargazing meet, so along with preparing for that, they probably brought her to our secret observatory.
まあそんなわけで、これが私らが自作した天体望遠鏡なのよ。見た目は少々あれだけど、性能はなかなかのものよ。
すごいです。望遠鏡が自分たちで作れてしまうだなんて。
苦労したよ。まあ肝心なのはやっぱりここだよね。ねえさや。
She pointed to the mirror box. She probably meant how grinding down that mirror was awful, but
もう言わないもん。
Saya pouted and looked the other way.
寒い時はこの中に入って休憩もできるんだよ、タマキン。
玉木。草壁さん。
コロナでいいって。
I didn't know much about Kogane's family situation, but she still just seemed like the daughter of some well-to-do family. She had thought he came off as tender and resplendent, but Kogane gave a strict, austere impression. Like the daughter of a warrior household, I guess. The nickname Korona gave that girl!
どうしたの、タマキン。
私と草壁さんはまだ出会って間もないですし、できればあまり慣れ慣れしくせず名字で呼んではいただけないでしょうか。
なんで？私たちもう友達みたいなもんじゃん。ねえ、ひなみ。
私はね、コロナの友達だよ。いつも味方してあげたいって思ってる。
知ってる。
でも今はちょっとだけたまちゃんの気持ちもわかるんだ。
ありがとうございます、ひなみさん。今度妙ちきりんなあだ名で呼ぼうものなら、草壁さんぶちますよ。
なんで？二人はあだ名と下の名前で呼び合ってんじゃん。
It was unclear whether they got along well or not, but it looked like the underclassmen were deepening their friendship.
空見、もうあれ読んだ？
No, this? Took out the astronomy guide from my bag. I'm still working on it. I opened the page I hadn't finished reading due to Saya's cuteness. The second half of the black and white page showed handmade telescopes alongside students in uniform. It was a special article on telescopes made by
やっ
students.
ぱすげえよな、系風は。ちょっと悔しいぜ。
The largest photo adorning the top of the article was Keifu Academy Astronomy Club. Keifu was a 5-year engineering school in the same prefecture. They were known for their bright students, and recently people were talking about a bit of an airhead genius there, who stayed past graduating. Their astronomy club was famous, especially among local student astronomy, for their gadgets.
まあ、向こうはそっちの専門だし、歴史もあるしね。
うちだって工業系なんだっての。それに、歴史ならムツラボシの回も負けてねえだろう。
だよね。
Kari, who entered the conversation at some point, looked at the photo of Keifu frustratingly, as I could have expected.
なんでうちらのプレアデス1号がここに並んでいないのか。
If you look at it from a national scale, there are plenty of people making these themselves. It's gotta really draw eyes to turn into an article. Keifu was exceptional, and other than them, there were crazy things like a reproduced Herschelian reflecting telescope using a bronze mirror.
でもいいじゃない。プロジェクトスターライトの時は記事になったんだし。
あの時は緊張しました。
Yoshioka turned pale after remembering that time she was interviewed. Our general goal with Project Starlight here in Oshinonaka City was reached successfully. However, the real success probably came after. We heard things from people who knew the project days later. Among them was the Keifu Academy Astronomy Club that appeared in this article now. Their president, Hanae Momose, also known as Momoka, had actually casually given us advice during the creation of Pleiades 1 on our blog. Momose said this in an email.
もし事前にプロジェクトスターライトの存在を知っていればと悔しい思いです。ぜひとも我々も参加したかった。
It's almost a bit too sweet now.
もし次があるなら協力させてください。何らかのお役には立てると思います。もしもあの時、慶風学園天文部と連携できていたら、もっと大きくプロジェクトを展開できていたかもしれませんね。
Which was what happened in a certain other route that made an after story in this game that almost had no fucking purpose, except for some reason make Miharu a better character. It's
規模とかね。
Yeah, kind of like I went your route. Kadi's vexed words were an exaggeration. Keifu's club activities had connections to active clubs in other prefectures, so there may have been other supportive schools. The article in this astronomy guide backed that up. We were interviewed for Project Starlight, and it became an article, albeit a small one.
でもさ、うちらの扱い小さかったよね。こんなくらいしかスペースなかったし。
She made a tiny frame with her fingers and satisfied.
ほんと、6ページくらい取ってくれてもよかったと思わない？
それは無茶だよ、ほうき星さん。
結構スペース取ってもらってたよな。中村さんが牛飼い座に超新星を発見したのと同じくらいあったもん。
天文雑誌なのにプロジェクトスターライトの精神に共感してくれてなかったみたいな気がして不満なんだよね、光。
そう、それ分かってくれるのはさやだけだよ。
でも光の気のせいじゃないかな。応援してくれてるから記事にもしてくれてるんだと思うよ。
Whoops.
せめてこれが明るい夜を取り戻した勇者たちだって感じでかっこよく見開きで写真が載るくらいは。
そんなの絶対に嫌です。
Ah, look at that adorable bean. Having been made to deal with a ton of interviews she wasn't comfortable with as the Six Stars president, Yoshioka's anxiety was palpable.
光、自分が目立ちたいだけじゃん。ほうき星先輩は人々の導きの星になろうとしているのですね。なんと尊いお方なのかしら。
ありがとう、小金井さん。
いえ。
Hey, enough with the pointless banter. Why don't we get these preparations done?
そうでした。つい光さんのペースに乗せられてしまって。
ほうき星にも困ったもんだ。
日が暮れる前に早くやっちゃおう。
今吉岡ちゃんが私に軽くひどい扱いを。これは友情が深まってる証かな。
だと思うよ。だっていつも光が私にしてることだもん。
Saya spat out that innocently poisonous line, but Hikari didn't seem to care.
そっか。吉岡ちゃん。
なんですか？どうして抱きつくんですか？
ヒカリン、仕事して。
It was the usual boisterous Six Stars Club. Ow, my neck. Yes, this is fine. Oh no, Valentine's is coming up, isn't it? Yep, Valentine Fair. Put the poster the papers with that written on them and went outside to check the result. This is a store clerk's job too. February was all about Valentine's Day. Happiness, excitement, nervousness, apathy. There were many different reactions to it, but it was prime time for convenience stores. Chocolate! Last time, if I had to say, I was on the side of apathy. But this year was different. The fact that I've got expectations makes life before Valentine's so relaxing. What? 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 Hold up. Hold up. What? What the fuck? Too bad, Kotaro, no matter how cute of a being you are from size perspective, you won't get any chocolate. Why? Because cacao is an ingredient that is poisonous to dogs. Went back into his doghouse and uninterested. I win.
アキトが一人で勝ち誇った顔してこっち見てるよ。
本当だ。どうしたんだろう。
さあ、アキトって時々そういうのあるよね。変なとこでカッコつけたがるっていうかさ、そこじゃないでしょっていう。
そこが可愛いんだよ。
ああ、わかる。和むよね。
男子っていつまで経っても子供だよね。
ねえ、どんなチョコあげるの？
チョコ？まだ考えてない。
嘘でしょ？バレンタインはもうすぐそこだよ。どんなチョコあげよっかな。いっそ自分にリボンつけて、あっくん食べてってやろうかな。とか真剣に悩むのが彼氏持ちのバレンタインの楽しみ方なんじゃないの？
でもどうせ買うお店ここしかないし。
いやいや、まずいよそれ。何買ってもアキトが棚に陳列したやつじゃん。
そうなんだよね。
Came back inside the store and headed to the counter Hikari and Saya were sitting at. You were talking about me just now, weren't you?
話してたっけ？
全然。コタちゃん可愛いよねって言ってただけだよ。
Weird. It really felt like you were. I returned to the register while muttering to myself. Hikari sneering in Saya's loving gaze should have definitely been from them laughing and making fun of me. In the cafe area, some of the Six Stars Club members were here as well. Even after dispersing from our meeting and stargazing prep, they were hanging around like always. Could certainly say it was a student-like scene.
あんたら、もう外暗いわよ。さっさと帰りなさいよ。
Nyaru poked her face out from the back of the store and preached at them.
こんばんは、早乙女先生。
こんばんは。
やっほー、みはるちゃん。
お邪魔しています。
こんばんは。
Everyone greeted our advisor as well as the Six Stars Club alumna, Miharu. Her greeting was lazy though. Sensei made a sick face at seeing the fancy decorations inside the store while getting herself some coffee.
ねえ、ついにこの季節が来たか。先生は誰かにあげるんですか？
Kari asked innocently. Kari looked at me while digging in her ear.
あ、
Huh? Me?
いるとしたら、あんたくらいでしょうに。うちのお父さん、甘いもの食べないし。
So, I'll be able to get some from you? That's kind of surprising. Sensei, giving someone something? And she was a teacher aside, nowadays it was exceedingly rare.
まあ、強いて言うなら、あとは竹くらいだけど、あいつには教師時代、散々手を焼かされたからね。あ、ちなみに受け取らない方がいいわよ。
Why?
髪の毛が入ってて食べると呪われるとか。
Grind.
痛い先生ごめんなさい。それ受け取ったらうちの母さんが本気出すわよ。それってアキトを婿養子にっていう。
Clatter.
ダ
I thought for a second that was the manager coming from behind, saying like, "Someone say something. Did somebody say son-in-law?" So I stood up and cried out on the verge of
アキ
tears.
ト
I know, I won't accept it. Absolutely not.
気持ちはわかるけど、本人の目の前でそんな言い方するやつがあるか？
Off to the side of our usual liveliness, Kogane, in her own world, mumbled something.
バレンタインになると古傷がうずく。
She held her chest while trembling.
奴につけられた胸の傷が。
どうしたタマちゃん。なんで急にそんな新しい設定出してきたの？
何？奴って誰？ガイソン。
A chill ran through the room. A dark shadow arose on the faces of everyone who knew that
タ
name.
マちゃん、ガイソンって
Kogane wrapped her arms around the paper cup, a third filled with cold coffee, and nodded with a gloomy expression. Mieru gave a small sigh and looked around at the handmade affectionate decoration while mixing sugar and milk into her coffee.
そういえば、そうだったわね。ちょうどバレンタインの時期だった。
一体何者なんですか？ガイソンって。
私の気持ちをもてあそび、散々振り回した挙句、いなくなってしまった奴の名です。
なんて悪い男だ。大人な恋愛の話かな。
思い出すわ。クラスの女子が騒いでたわよね。
They did?
そっか。男子には秘密なんだったっけ？
Kairi tilted her head and Saya looked away as if she couldn't say anything.
ところで、さっきから気になってたんだけど。
Miyaru looked at the still suffering
誰？
Kogane.
あんた。
Sensei, phrasing.
うちの天文部に最近入った小金井玉木さんです。小金井さん、この人は私たちの先生で。
先生？
Kogane, who was squaring off after that balloon question, looked at Miyaru dubiously. She tilted her head, unwilling to believe it, after whispering teacher yet again.
こう見えて、みはるちゃんは元先生なんだよ。今はニートだけどね。
なるほど。理解しました。
Kogane seemed satisfied with Korona's brazen explanation. Feeling sadness from her former teacher at the way she accepted it, asked her a question. You know Comet Geist, don't you, Kogane? She joined the astronomy club after Project Starlight. From what I heard from Saya, she was a novice in astronomy and her knowledge only went as far as what she learned in science class.
まあ、
She answered vaguely, not wanting to talk about it.
私としたことがうっかりと口を滑らせてしまいました。今のことは忘れてください。
Kari approached her, then put her hand on her shoulder and
い
nodded.
いんだよ。無理に話さなくても。
ほっき星先輩。ありがとうございます。
ガイソン彗星は、我ら天文ファンの心に多くの傷跡を残していったのだった。
It wasn't just Kogane who didn't want to remember.
そういやさ、あの時さや大泣きしてたよね。
大丈夫ですか、天の川先輩。
Yamada frantically handed Saya a handkerchief after she spit juice everywhere.
ありがとう、山田さん。
I grabbed the wet tissue from the register. What are you doing?
ごめん。
Kari tilted her head at Saya's reaction. She looked away to avoid being probed further. What was this strange atmosphere?
きぼし。あんたそろそろ帰んなきゃいけない時間じゃないの？
おっと、やばい。
Kari had a tentative curfew, though it was pretty late compared to normal high school girls.
他の連中も、さっさと帰りなさい。親に心配かけないように。
親に心配かけるなって、みはるちゃんにだけは言われたくないよね。
Kona, who still wanted to play around, reluctantly started getting ready to leave.
聞こえてるわよ、コロナ。
While the others followed suit, Kari threw on her scarf and took her bag
ちょうど
first.
電車来るし、私先帰るね。
Yeah, I should do that. If she missed one, the next one would be 45 minutes later.
気をつけてね、ヒカリ。
またねピカリン。
お疲れ様です、コメットガール先輩。
さようなら、ほうき星先輩。みんな、またね
She left the store in a hurry. After waving through the glass and petting Kotaro, she ran off towards the station. One person was despondent as they watched her hurry off.
ひかりお姉様。その優しいお言葉に、玉木の胸の痛みは癒されました。
She wants to give chocolate to Hikari. I left the store to Sensei and was taking Saya home while giving Kotaro a walk. Didn't really get the meaning behind her words and tilted her head. You mean Kogane, right?
そう。
She nodded with a slightly concerned face.
仮に憧れてるんだって。
Huh, adoration. It really was hard to react to that.
女子校的なノリのやつだと思う。そういうのよくあるんだよ。私も去年、知らない先輩からチョコ渡されたよ。
What? I can't just ignore
丁
that.
重にお断りしたんだけど、そしたら泣き出しちゃって、すごく困ったよ。
So you ended up taking it? He said it was a girls-only kind of school kind of trend. And it might have been different from romance, but it was still a little worrying. She looked at me curiously.
もらってないよ。
Ah, so she firmly refused it. She must have continued rejecting it while consoling her the best she could as she cried. I could kind of see it. So girls' schools do things like
う
that.
ちは歴史が古いからか。昔からそういうのに憧れて入ってくる人も多いんだって。
Ah, yes, girls-only schools. The building place of lesbians in anime. For some fucking reason. Either that or absolutely... It's world-estranged princesses that ended up becoming like Miharu. I guess because of its strict isolationist tradition, a unique world is shaped within its walls. Ew, my fucking arm is... drenched. Disgusting. Thank God it was only spit and not the stuff that comes out of here. Anyways, when we saw it was a boys' academy, but they didn't actually have something like that. I felt like Tachi would be popular.
でもわかるの。光にチョコあげたいって気持ち。
You do?
だって女の子から見てかっこいいもん。時々すごく素敵なこと言うし、雰囲気も男の子っぽいから。
She didn't say she had any exceedingly girlish parts about her. I guess so, but she did used to be mistaken for a guy a lot in the past, but... Saya and Kotaro peeked at my face from below.
もしかして焼き餅?
I currently tried to blow it off. If I currently tried to blow it off, I'd probably just get teased more, so I decided to stay quiet.
あっくん
Saya grabbed onto me. What? Let go and wipe that grin off your face.
やだもう。あっくんは時々可愛いな。
Don't call guys cute. She wrapped around me with a grin as I
安
struggled.
心して。あっくんは別格だから。
Then I can get my hopes up.
何か?
Come on, it's Valentine's.
ああ。
It sounds like you haven't thought about it at all.
考えてたよ。やだな。
She quietly separated from me and lamely tried to brush it off. Childhood friends were a troublesome sort of deception didn't usually work
ちゃん
against.
と用意してるよ。本当に。あんまり言っちゃうとほら、当日の楽しみがなくなっちゃうから。
Yeah.
もうぶっきらぼうしないの。 よしよし。かわいいよ、あっくん。
Don't pat my hat, don't call me cute, you're the cute one. She beamed at me while I went full-on sulk. I guess the lack of mercy when being teased was also the fate of a childhood friend.
もうここでいいよ。
I'll take you all the way to your house. It was right nearby.
今日はお母さんいると思うし。
Is it a problem if she is?
うん。だって、
She grabbed my shoulders and kissed my cheek while standing on her
お
tiptoes.
別れのキスできないでしょ？じゃあね、あっくん。おやすみなさい。
I was oddly embarrassed after being severely teased. Saya ran off while waving at me. You'll trip if you run!
大丈夫。
Saya! She stumbled and almost fell over, but somehow regained her posture and continued running.
また明日ね。
Yeah, good night. Watching her leave, I muttered something to her. I expect something this year, right? I mean, sadly, I've already been spoiled for one sex scene, and it does involve Valentine. Because Keigo couldn't shut the fuck up while he was playing it before the translation came out.
さやからチョコをもらえないかもしれない？いやいや、なわけないっしょ。通い妻してくれてる子がくれないわけないじゃん。
She's been acting kind of weird lately, plus,
それに
I've never actually gotten any, even once.
義理チョコも意外。なんでだろ
No clue.
う。でも今年は大丈夫なんじゃない？だってもう付き合ってるんだし、去年までは遠慮してたんじゃないかな。あ、でも。いや、なんでもないっす。
Well, now I'm curious, tell me.
私が聞いた時もなんかちょっと変だったかなーって。
For real?
ここは私の出番か。
Hey, knock it off, don't make things any more complicated.
遠慮しなさんなって。恋のアシストといえばこの私でしょ？
Fuck off, you wingmanning led to Miharu becoming a fucking NEET. Stop it right this fucking instant. You're the worst wingman in fucking history. You wingmanning for two people ruined a third person's life. So stop. I shouldn't have talked to her. I sighed while closing out our messages that turned into fruitless reaction images. If Yukari got tangled up in this, things would definitely turn out things definitely wouldn't turn out well. Like I told her, I'd never gotten any chocolate from Saya before, not even obligation chocolate. Well, I guess she's liked me for a long time, so appearances aside, it wouldn't have been obligation if she gave me any. It was natural to think of that as the reason. Incidentally, I was in her room now. I borrowed her desk and had a reference book and notebook spread out on it. Until the other day, I had planned on not applying to college, so I was behind in my studies. I was having Saya watch over me in order to recuperate, or so my date was disguised by. There's no way a girl helping me study after class wouldn't give me Valentine's chocolate. To the extent that it wasn't for some religious reason, there's probably no way that happened. Come to think of it, I feel like she said her dad's mother was Northern European. Hikari had gone off jealously about it. That's why she's a beauty! Her eyes too! Oh, lucky! Speaking of Northern European, Santa Claus came to mind. I feel like we didn't do anything special for Christmas either. We just ate shortcake together and exchanged modest presents. Having a snowy Christmas like some drama was difficult for a working student subsisting of part-time. So maybe she was being considerate of me. For Valentine's, you had to prepare a return gift on White Day too. Our throats dry from all this extra worrying. So I came down to the first floor kitchen, but Saya wasn't there. Where'd you go? Saya was helping you study earlier, so she would prepare lunch. But said she would prepare lunch and went downstairs. Did she go shopping or something? Opening the fridge, the only thing to drink was milk. Was it fine to drink this? Not with its expiration, but lots of people drank milk regularly, and it was used in cooking. It was possible I'd cause problems for Saya or her mom if I just went and drank it. For example.
私、牛乳苦手だよ。でも、頑張って飲まないと、光みたいな立派なボインちゃんになるんだもん。
What the fuck are you thinking?
大きくなれ、大きくなれ。少しは大きくなったかな。
I imagined up to the point where she got depressed when they weren't, but it was really rude, so I stopped. So I wouldn't say knocks in the first place. Where did that word even come from? For now, the matter at hand was whether I could drink this or not. I tried to call her phone and ask. Seriously left her phone here? It was sitting on the kitchen table. Nothing to do but wait until she got home. That opened the door right outside the kitchen. Why do I feel very worried right now? Oh, she's literally just sitting on the potty. Saya was there. She sat on the toilet, staring up at me wordlessly as I froze. Sorry. So, you were in here. No, it's not something you need to apologize for. I see. That might have been careless with a guest here. Oh, my bad. God, that scared me! Seeing someone somewhere you didn't expect to see anyone was enough to scare the hell out of you. Like when some random person discovers a kid hiding in a closet or bush during hide and seek. My heart was still beating out of my chest. Oh, that's right. Saya, can I drink the milk on the fridge? Why did you open the door to ask that? She was shivering. Saya? She looked like she couldn't hold back anymore. What was desperately trying to. At the same time, there was a pleasant trickling sound, like a small stream. Can we stop this? This is making me uncomfortable. No, stop it. No, stop it. I don't care if she's... No, fuck this. I'm skipping this scene. No, this scene makes me uncomfortable. No. The scene makes me highly uncomfortable. Stop it right now. So, Saya's afterrat fucked up immensely just now. Here outside after being driven out, then after hearing a flowing sound, Saya came out, red in the face. After nosing me, she leered with moist eyes. Pop, pop, pop. Ow, that hurts. Not the chin, that's fragile. My bad, I'm sorry, okay? Saya! You didn't seem that embarrassed the first time, and we're childhood friends, so I thought it was fine. No. It was fucking weird. I just kinda thought it might have been a good chance to make you flustered. I'm so great, Saya. I will reflect earnestly. By the way, can I drink that milk? She silently opened the fridge and poured some milk in a glass. Bang. She clunked it on the table. Milk jumped and spilled a little. Thanks.
光よりもバカになる。
She put on the apron that was folded on the chair while unabashedly bad-mouthing Kari indirectly. She looks like she's about to fall over. Whoa.
何？
And you put on an apron rather than can you to wipe your newlywed wife feel goes up.
嬉しくないもん。おトイレに入ってきちゃうような人の新妻なんてちっとも嬉しくない。
She started preparing lunch in the kitchen with a pout. She said she'd make curry today. Can I
あっ
watch?
くんはお勉強があるでしょ。
I'll do it here.
なんだ。ご自由にどうぞ。
I got my new wife's permission, so I went to grab my study materials from upstairs. I spread my notebook on the table and continued studying with Saya cooking in the corner of my eye. She really did fit the role. She said though, she said before that she was learning to cook from her grandma, but it seems like she made quite a bit of progress. As I thought that... What happened?
指切っちゃっただけ。
Where? Show me. She gingerly stuck out her index finger and I put it in my mouth. There, now it's fine.
ありがとう。
Don't do that. It's fine if... It's somewhat fine if it's your own mouth, but never from someone else. She stared at her finger, the bleeding stopped with a half-shy, half-disgruntled face. You really are accident-prone.
そんなことないもん。たまたまだもん。っていうか、私怒ってるんですからね。
She looked forward haughtily. I went back to my seat and continued studying. After cutting up the vegetables cleanly this time, Sai threw some meat into a greased pan. Whoops, not what I wanted. She jumped back at the sound of sizzling oil. Standing out a wooden spatula very carefully, she tried to stir up the ingredients in the pot, but still sizzled every time. Let me see, I'll do it. I couldn't sit and watch anymore, so I took the spatula from her and traded places. Am I the only one that doesn't mind, some sizzling hot accidentally, spilling onto myself? Am I the only one that doesn't fucking care about that? Like, I will stand in front of a pan, fucking entire arm just constantly getting hit with little droplets of hot oil and not give a shit at this point. I don't know why. Scraping the bottom of the pot, I fried the ingredients.
怒ってるのに。
How much do you do this?
お肉の色が変わって全体に油が行き渡ったらいいみたい。
Then it's almost good. Next.
お水を入れるの。
She went to grab some after
カ
saying
ップ
so.
1杯で 200cc だから。
After timidly pouring the water she measured out with a measuring cup into the pot, she put the lid on and sighed.
これで一煮立ちしたらアクをすくい取って20分くらい弱火で煮るの。
Now we got some time to kill.
あっくんはお勉強だよ。
She glowered again. I'm sorry, okay, Saya?
なんだ、知りません。
She turned her back to me, then started doing dishes. I watched her from behind without returning to my seat.
何？
Oh? Huh? Oh, I was just thinking maybe this is what it's like this is what it'd feel like to marry you. Saya just about dropped the dish she was cleaning. That's dangerous, be careful.
これお母さんのお気に入りのやつだ。割ったら怒られる。
That aside, what if you cut your finger again?
そんなにドジじゃないもん。
I like it when you're a little clumsy, it's cute.
お皿 ろうか。
Should I break this? Don't go wasting things. That would be violent, not clumsy. I embraced her from behind. Oh no, I hear the music.
いや、何するの？洗い物できないじゃない。
You know what this music means. I'll just like skip a bit.
あっくん相手だから
I'll just skip a bit. Ah, yes, he's finally going for the tit.
今だってダメ。
Anything else? And there is the lifted skirt. See you after the sex scene. Okay, the sex scene is over. Somebody immediately proceeded to piss me off over in goddamn Discord. Ugh. Anyways. Why is she still in the naked apron?
はいどうぞ。
Also later actually say that curry is ready.
できたよカレー。あんまりチロチロ見ないでくれるかな。恥ず
I
か
once
しい
again
よ。
feel the need to repeat. How the fuck is anyone in this game calling her breasts small? They are not small. Like sure they aren't the fucking size of her head like almost every other pair in this game. But they still have a nice size. They'd snugly fit in your hand. That's all you need. Sarah fidgeted while hiding her exposed butt nervously after bringing me curry in a full-on naked
あ
apron.
っくんだからね。この格好でしばらくいてくれって言ったの。
I didn't tease her or anything, but she still started making excuses. All I said was I wanted to savor that new wife feel for just a bit longer. Sarah quickly left to shower after sex. After I borrowed it for myself, then came back, she was wearing clothes, but... Are you put on clothes?
ダメだった。
Well, it's fine, you'd catch a cold if you stayed naked. Man, I would have liked to stay with that new wife feel a bit longer. Even just while I eat curry at least. What's wrong, Sai? Your eyes are shimmering and you look kind of riled up.
ごめんね。私が間違ってたよ。すぐ新妻さやに戻るね。
I don't know why they're translating it as new wife. Isn't it probably newlywed? Isn't that probably what it's supposed to be? New wife sounds weird. It sounds like he had a wife before but dumped her or she died. Okay. And so she diligently stripped and turned back into this. I circled around behind her. Nice.
やだ、どこ見てるの？もうエッチ。
It was cute how she squirmed away while hiding her butt with her hands. Her butt was nice, but I wanted to see that reaction.
それよりカレーだよ。新妻の手料理だよ。
Man, I'm starving.
いっぱい動いたもんね。
Was she aware of her own dirty joke? I decided not to poke into it. Satisfying my appetite was priority number one. Thanks for the food! I took the spoon and excitedly filled my cheeks with curry.
どうかな。
Delicious. Both the meat and vegetables are so soft.
本当？よかった。
Thinking about how the curry got tastier as it slowly simmered while we had sex made my chest feel kind of odd.
でもじゃがいもは煮崩れちゃったね。アクも取ってないよ。
It's fine, don't worry about it. That makes it feel more newly weddy.
そう？新妻か。
I'm going to be using newlywed instead of new wife because new wife sounds very misleading. She grinned stupidly. Very stupidly. Also, the resident Saya fanatic in the server while I was skipping the sex scene, his reply to me saying that Saya's route fucked up a bit was literally to DM me saying, "Explain yourself." And I said, the toilet thing made me fucking uncomfortable. And his reply to that is, yeah, well, yeah, I can't defend that. I won't defend that. Just ignore that. Wipe it from your memory. King Crimson that shit. But what does he do? There we go. We need to go for the memes here. You're drooling. She quickly wiped the spit falling from the side of her lips.
おかわりもあるからたくさん食べてね。あ、な、た。
Saya put her elbows on the table and watched me stuff my face with great delight, looking a bit stupid as she did so in a naked apron. And then her mom opened up the door behind her, coming in like, "Wait, what's going on here? I've got to buy some groceries." I came here today to have Saya help me study. We got a bit off track, but after eating curry, we moved the locations to the kitchen, and I diligently listened to Saya's lessons. It's about time for work. I called out to Saya after looking at the clock on the wall.
かなり進んだね。あっくん、やればできるもんね。
I guess so. Wasn't particularly clever, just good at getting the hang of things. Thanks for helping me with this.
私も復習になるし、真面目にやってくれるから教えがいがあるよ。それに比べて光は。
She sighed as she spoke. Hikari is a lost cause. Forget her. Don't even bother. She will join Miharu soon enough. If it wasn't for Akito, she probably would even in her own route. Saya sometimes helped out Hikari, who didn't study for tests until the last second, like some kind of game of chicken. If you become a teacher, you'll have to deal with students like that, you know?
そうだね。光みたいな子、クラスに一人は絶対いるもんね。
Only one? You sure there's only one? I used to be in a class where everyone was like that. She looked determined. That might have seemed severe from Hikari's point of view, but she wasn't talking behind her back or anything. She would probably say the same thing if she were here now. Comfortable distance between childhood friends allowed for that kind of unreserved exchange. Not having ready to go home, then stood up.
送ってくよ。
Don't worry about it, it's not that far. I casually looked at the kitchen while
ど
responding.
うかした？
No, nothing really. I was nonchalantly looking for confectionery utensils. I thought for sure that Saya planned on giving me homemade chocolate, but I couldn't find anything. I spoke up without getting discouraged. It's almost Valentine's Day, huh?
そうだね。
One awkward silence. Well, I'm off.
コタちゃんのお散歩の時間にまた行くね。
She saw me to the entry hall and I left her house. I sighed out a sigh after shutting the door behind me.
バレンタインか。
I heard it was just as special for guys as it was for girls in love.
期待してくれてるみたいだったな。
Yet I brushed it off without thinking.
私がすっごいサプライズを用意してるって思われちゃったよね、あれ。
He thinks you're preparing nothing. So anything will be a huge surprise now if you look at it from that angle. Why is everything so itchy today? It's fucking weird. I even took a shower earlier in the day. So it's even stranger. Maybe it's cat. I did cuddle with the cat earlier. Oh well. I wanted to, of course, but... I was assaulted by chills upon remembering that sorrowful memory. I haven't given Akun chocolate once since that incident. Not even so-called obligation chocolate.
まあ、私はずっとあっくんが好きだったから、義理チョコにはならないんだけど。
But not this
だ
year.
って、もう私たち、ただの幼馴染じゃないんだもん。
You ever get the sweet desire to try to crush a bottle in your hands? But you know it would be a stupid idea because the shards would proceed to cut the shit out of your hand. So you should never do that, yet you get the strange desire to do it. Come to think of it, Kogane said so too. That name came to mind around this time of year. Lots of people had it engraved in their memory, not just me. Comet Geisen. Everything started with the approach of that comet. So it does evaporate no matter the route. Interesting. Ooh, early. Babysaya.
あら、どうしたどさや。珍しいわね。お料理に興味を持つ。
Whoops. I quickly closed and hid the open book.
あらあら。
She's not been able to get a good look, but she managed to guess what it was and grinned a bit
そう
disturbingly.
いえば、もうすぐだったわね。バレンタイン
Invasion of Comet Geisen. Such a huge event was on the cusp of occurring in the night sky, but the girls had their own event to prepare for.
も
Valentine's
しか
Day.
して手作りするの
そうしてみようかなって。
Being found out by my mom was really embarrassing for some reason, so I couldn't look up. She looked at me with a big
いいわ
grin.
ね。若いって。
どうして？
どうしてってあなた、チョコを手作りしてあげたくなるような相手がいるからよ。ねえ、誰にあげるの？クラスの子？あ、いつも一緒に遊んでるあの子かしら。
I nodded while fidgeting.
そう。いいわね。
The way she spoke felt like she was teasing me, so I sulked a little.
いいからあっち行っててよ。
そんなこと言っていいのかしら？ママ、手作りチョコの上手な作り方知ってるんだけど。
Just don't teach her anything weird.
いいもん。一人でできるから。
さあ、どうしてもアドバイスが欲しくなったらいつでも聞きにいらっしゃい。
Melt it down and slather your body in chocolate. She left the kitchen with that same grin. It felt like I was being made fun of, so I decided my heart to pull through on my own. I'd never made sweets before, though, and I only occasionally helped Mom with cooking.
あっくん、どんなチョコが好きかな？
I flipped through the magazine I had bought at the bookstore. It wasn't just some recipe books for sweets. It was a special Valentine edition of an adult-looking fashion magazine. I thought I'd be able to make even more amazing and stylish chocolate than the other girls with it. Set this on the cover too. Outclassed the others. Valentine victory techniques for popular girls. I was drawn in by those words, outclass and popular girls.
絶対に負けられない戦いがあるんだもん。
There's a reason I was so enthusiastic about this. Today that we decided to have an observation party for Comet Geisen, some girl classmates quietly called out to me.
何？お話って。なんだっけ？水星の話でしょ？そうだった。あのね、天の川さん。天の川さんは水星のこと詳しいの？あんまり。まだお勉強を始めたばかりだから。そうなんだ。ねえ、水星は流れ星のお母さんって本当？ 本当だよ。
I'm very sorry about the continuous scratching. I can't help
や
it.
っぱりそうなんだ。
じゃあ、あの噂は本当なんだね。
噂。あのね。ダイソン彗星は流れ星のお母さんだから、お願い事したら、なんだって叶えてくれるって。あ、そうなの？
それだけじゃないわよ。ダイソン彗星の下で好きな人にチョコを渡せば、その恋は絶対に叶うんだよ。
恋か。天の川さん知らなかったんだ。じゃあやっぱり嘘なんじゃない？
違うよ。だって今さっきあんまり詳しくないって言ってたし。ねえ、天の川さんは誰かにチョコあげるの？
あげるんだ。やっぱり空見くん？仲いいもんね。別にそんなんじゃ。
やっぱりそういう気なんだ。あと、この噂にはもう一つルールがあるから、このこと男子には絶対知られちゃダメなの。
知られたら効果がなくなっちゃうんだって。わかった。
あと念のため、ひかりちゃんにも秘密だよ。
どうして？
だって、
ひかりちゃん男子っぽいし。
男子とも仲いいからうっかり喋っちゃいそうだもん。私、このバレンタインにかけてるんだから。
秘密にする。
So I learned about the rumor.
あの噂は本当だよ。だって彗星は流れ星のお母さんだもん。
It was written in books that Comet Geisen was amazing, even among other comets, and it would fly by the Earth on Valentine's Day. I panicked on the inside. Why was it so hard for me to say panicked there?
あっくんにチョコあげるつもりなんだ。
He didn't say it outright, but I had a feeling. I felt that I couldn't just let that go, because Comet Geisen might make her wish come true. I definitely didn't want that. February 14th, the day of a battle I couldn't lose, no matter what. No matter how much I look, I can't tell if it's moving or not. Akun grumbled while peeking through the telescope. He was looking at Comet Geisen. Until today, I thought comets flew through space, leaving a trail behind it, like a shooting star. That was how the photos always looked, at least. But it seems that was wrong. Well, to be more precise, the comet we were seeing now should have also had a tail. It just hadn't appeared clearly enough to see it with a telescope. Akun continued looking through the telescope without hint of boredom, and I gazed at his profile in the same way. I don't know what kind of chocolate he likes. I wanted to make them into the shape of an animal, but then what animal did he like? Or maybe he'd be happy with a cake. Maybe cookies? My head filled with Valentine's Day, I let out a sigh of relief that the comet didn't seem to be moving. It was the same as a time limit. I had to finish the chocolate before it arrived. I also had one other concern in my head. I didn't know. She was boyish, like the girls in our class said. She also probably would want to eat the chocolate rather than give anyone any. Then, how did Akun feel? Didn't Akun have feelings for Hikari? I met them, started to play with them, and then started to think as much. They went so much together, almost sort of like old friends. It hadn't been that long since they met, though. It does feel more like Akito has a crush on Hikari in every route. It's just that it fizzles out before he notices. That's what it feels like. It was all I could do to keep up with Hikari in that sense. What's wrong, Saya?
なんでもないよ。
Weirdo. By the way, where'd Hikari go?
水星が動かないから飽きたって言って、どこか行っちゃった。
Figures with her. Was it fine for her to go out on her own? His kind worry for her blurred through his brusque words. I loved that part of him and felt jealous of Hikari for being on the receiving end.
ねえ、あっくん。
Huh?
好きな
My favorite?
蝶じゃなくて、動物は何？
Animal? Mean you eat or just what I like? If it's to eat, it's fried chicken.
可愛がる方だよ。
Kotaro. He responded a little shyly.
可愛いよね、コタちゃん。あ、そっか。コタちゃんにすればいいんだ。
Huh? Hikari waved around her flashlight from the platform. This is when she found the hot spring, isn't
あっ
it?
ちにすっごい場所発見しちゃった
It's when she discovered the hot spring. What? Amazing?
いいから降りてきて
Akut and I came down at Hikari's excited pestering. Slip. Saya, your hand! Akut grabbed my hand as my foot slipped and I almost fell.
ありがとう、あっくん。
Don't mention it, but take it easy. Pouring Akun's hand, I carefully landed on the platform.
大丈夫さや
I like how he... remember the thing I said that the Saya fanatic said to me? And I responded with, what does he do to the King Crimson stuff? He actually seriously explained the powers of King Crimson to me. For 10 seconds the user knows what the future is, and everyone in those 10 seconds doesn't remember their actions, so basically erasing time. But it's better to refer to it as keeping the actions at 10 seconds, but removing the cause. Then I replied, I was just doing the meme. Oh. So, what did you find?
いいからついてきて
At the hot spring!
すっごい発見でしょ
Hikari puffed her chest out proudly.
あったかい。
An open space off the path of the dark forest. In an open space off the path of the dark forest was a place filled with warm water. We were chilled to the core by the February cold, so the warmth of the steam seeped into our bodies. Aqua and Hikari energetically started stripping next to me while I relaxed.
何してるの、二人とも。
Isn't it obvious?
入るんだよみんなで私一番
Hey, no fair!
待って、ヒカリ。
I narrowly stopped her as she was about to remove her pants with no hesitation.
何さや
ダメだよ、ヒカリ。男の子の前でそんな、服を脱ぐなんて。
いいじゃん別に
ダメ。
Guess who's first? Akun started stripping in the meantime and jumped in the hot spring.
ずるい
Ah, so nice! Taking a bath first really is great.
ねえさや私らも早く行こうよ
ダメだよ、ヒカリ。男子と一緒にお風呂なんて。
なんで
なんでって。
Did I have to explain that much? I screamed on the inside.
ヒ
Out of patience, Hikari threw her clothes off, then ran to a rock moistened by steam.
光と
Knock it off!
やっぱり光は子供だ。もしくは男子。
She definitely wouldn't care about something like Valentine's Day.
何してんの？早くおいでよ。無理だよ。なんで？温まるよ。
My cold body wanted to get in. It looked like it felt so nice. Plus,
ばっかりずるい。
getting in a hot spring together with Akko like that! My rebellious spirit flamed up. But I still couldn't just get naked in front of them. I didn't saw it coming.
恥ずかしいみたい。アキトがいやらしい目で見るって思ってるんじゃない？
What? I would not. Akun turned his nose up. Oh. That irritated me.
どうせ湯気で見えないから平気だって。
It's just as she said, our field of vision was almost entirely blocked by steam, and I could only see their hazy outlines.
そうだよね。この湯気じゃ見えないよね。
Just to be sure, normal nudity is leagues better than child nudity, and I'm already censoring adult nudity. In the first place, if I put on, if this is something that happens and as a CG showing up, I'm gonna be in even bigger trouble as if I just had a CG of them actually grown up and naked. I now would have done so normally, but pushed by my rivalry with Hikari and Akun's attitude, I took off my clothes. Maybe I lost my rational judgment from the cold and seduction of the hot spring's warmth. I tried to get naked all at once, but it was too much, so I hid behind a large stone and secretly took my clothes off one by one. I hesitated, yet somehow took off my lost article, my panties, then hid them inside my folded coat. I stepped on the wet rock with bare feet and slowly moved forward. Okay, it's just this kind. It's just this kind of CG. Yo, you're slow.
本当に見えない？見えないよ。ねえ、アキト。
Yep. Not that I really want to. What's up with him? I quickly got in, then mustered up the courage to jump from the shade of the rock and splash Akun's face. Right then... Okay, the censorship is already there, but I'm still not... A wind blowing up the mountain faced from the valley blew away the seam in an instant.
あ、
I had everything on full display, thinking they couldn't see anything from the steam, and screamed at the top of my lungs. I tried as hard as I could to cover myself with my hands, but it wasn't nearly enough. Saya, go under! I immediately did so after hearing his voice, but then sank into the warm water.
よしよし、泣かないで、さや。
Oh, there's an actual CG now. Why you gotta show Kid Saya like this? Don't do that.
平気だって。暗かったし、それにアキト、さやの裸に興味ないって。
That in itself annoyed me. I secretly clenched a trembling fist under the water.
そんなことなかったよ。さっきあっくん、ちょっと照れてたよ。そうなの？
Whatever, I wasn't embarrassed at all! He answered curtly while facing the other way. His back faced us from the corner of the hot springs, since I had cried. He was definitely sulking.
私、もうお嫁に行けないよ。
Can't believe a boy saw me naked. And it wasn't the one I had a crush
さ
on.
や可愛いから、お嫁のもらい手なんていくらでもあるって。なんだったら、責任取ってアキトにもらってもらえばいいよ。
Sploosh. And inadvertently became flustered.
何出すの光。いいよね、アキト。
Don't just decide it all that. Don't just decide all that
何
yourself.
なの？
I didn't really say that. I'm just saying I don't decide that on your own. I was relieved he didn't say no, but he didn't say yes either, which was disheartening. Still, Hikari seriously ran her mouth about nonsense sometimes. It may have been a reasonable judgment for the girls to tell me to keep it a secret from her. I tried to peek at Auckland's expression from here, but he was completely turned away, and the darkness and steam kept me from seeing. I pulled Hikari away from him.
ねえ、光はいいの？
何が？
だから、私が、あっくんにもらわれちゃっても。
やだ！
I was right! Hikari also.
さやとせっかく友達になれたのに、アキトだけのものになっちゃうなんて絶対やだ！
光、声大きいよ。でも、ありがとう。私も友達だよ、光。
I never knew that what she was going to do, and she blurted out ridiculous things at times, but that's exactly why she told no lies. She was someone who couldn't hide things. I fell in love with that side of her a long time ago. She couldn't hide things, but, you know, accept the fact that she actually does like Akito.
ねえ、光。
何？
光は、チョコあげるの？バレンタインだよ。
There's no way she didn't at least know what the Valentine's was,
あ
right?
げる？もらうんじゃなくて？
もらう？違うよ。あげるんだよ。バレンタインだもん。
バレンタインはお母さんからチョコをもらう日でしょ？なんでそんな哀れむような目で見るのかな？
It was dangerous to explain Valentine's Day with Akun close enough to hear. I'll teach her later when she wasn't
ずっ
around.
とそのままの光でいてね。
I'm getting dizzy, so I'm getting out first. Akun casually stood up. He cut across the hot spring with splashing sounds. Kari saw him, and suddenly... She pointed directly at Akun. At his crotch, to be specific. I mean this.
ねえ、ほら見てさや、なんかついてる。ほらほら。
Saya's just over there. Oh my god, she's an idiot. The warm feeling of friendship I had felt between Hikari and I vanished in an instant for some reason.
ねえ、あそこ、よく見て。よく見ちゃダメ。なんで？
I embarrassedly covered my face with my hands, but Hikari kept pointing and yelling to look while Akun stood there calmly.
ねえ、もしかしてそれ、おちち
Yeah, I guess so. He answered curtly. He was a little shy.
本当についてるんだ。すごい、初めて見た。ねえ、さやは初めてじゃないの？初めてだよ。っていうか、私何も見てないし。
I was actually shrewdly peeking through the gaps in my fingers, but that was a maidenly secret.
変なの。
Don't call it weird, that
で
hurts.
も可愛いよ。ねえ、さや。知らない。何も見てない。
It's not gonna be cute a few years from now. Hikari was as ridiculous as I thought. I absent-mindedly wondered how meeting Hikari might change my future for better or worse with my face down. The night air caressing my cheeks chilled my my head and body after staying in the hot water for too long.
に裸見られちゃった。
And not just that, I saw Akun's Pataroli Boisev. It was a huge event completely removed from the actual comet. It was dark and I couldn't see it entirely, but it got, like Hikari said, it was a little
可愛らしかった。
Never call a man's tool cute. It went hot. I went hot in an instant, as if a fire was lit in my head.
刺激が強すぎる。何してるのさや。上がらないの？今、あっくんのそばにいると頭が沸騰しちゃう。
Akun was on the roof. He was watching the comet through the telescope almost motionlessly. Once again, without a hint of
上
boredom.
がりたくなったらいいなよ。さやは一人だと危ないから。ありがとう。よっと。
Using the window frame as a foothold, Hikari clambered onto the roof, nimbly like a boy.
光、何？
She looked back to me after I called out to her.
バレンタインっていうのは、女の子が男の子にチョコをあげる日なんだよ。そうなの？本当に知らなかったんだ。好きな男子にあげるの。チョコを。
She listened to me while posed to climb up to the roof. She looked like she wasn't sure why I was talking about this.
光はあげたい人いないの？女の子にあげるのはダメなの？そういうのもあるけど、友チョコって言って。
The school I went to before was in the city, so everyone exchanged that kind. Though I didn't have any friends like that.
じゃあ、さやにあげる。いらない？欲しい。じゃあ、決まり。あっくんにはあげないの？そうだね。さやにだけあげたら不公平だもんね。じゃああげよっと。それは、友チョコ？そうだよ。外村彗星が来るでしょ？その時に好きな男子にチョコを渡すと。
Hey, what are you guys doing?
今行く！外村彗星が何？なんでもない。
I brushed it off in a flurry. Hikari went up to the roof while tilting her head. I missed my chance to tell her about Comet Geisen.
クラスの頃にやっちゃダメって言われたし。
At least it was the wrong button that didn't skip the line. Made that excuse to myself, but I knew my real intentions were different. Well, it felt like it was being unfair and I couldn't look those two in the eyes that night. I do believe I've scratched myself bloody on accident. So the day of the girls' decisive battle, February 14th, and Comet Geisen grew ever nearer.
ちゃんと星が見えています。これ、本当に天体望遠鏡だったのですね。
変身とは、イビルアイ。プレアデス1号だからね、ひなみちゃん。
We took out Pleiades 1 for the first time in a while, underneath the starry nights, the clear starry sky. It was the stargazing meet with 6 Stars Club we had planned before. Today's theme, letting the underclassmen, the newly joined Kogane, experience observation with our handmade telescope.
普段は設置が大変で、ついつい使わずに済ませてしまっていますからね。
We've got to teach the new generation how to use it for when we're gone.
ですよね。会長である私がしっかりしないと。
Yoshioka was doing well as our president, but she wasn't the type to drag people around, so she had trouble with the individualistic members. We had to help her out as much as we could. There was a bit more than half a year left until the summer of our 3rd year. We had to convey out to our juniors what we could until we retired.
なんだかぼんやりとしているんですね。
手作りだからね。主教の研磨から自分たちでやったんだよ。変身とイビルアイですね。それ言ってよく平気でいられるね、山田さん。 とてもまがまがしい良い名だと思いますので。
コロナも手伝ったよ。平たいガラスをゴリゴリ削るんだ。しんどいんだよね。手が痛くなるし。へえ、面白そうですね、それ。私もやってみたかったです。
クレアゼス1号にカメラを接続すれば、天体撮影もできるよ。
これで写真を撮るのですか？
アダプターを使えば取り付けられるんだ。
前に撮ったやつ、評判良かったよな。
むつら星ブログに載せた時のものですね。川中島くんのポエムを添えたのも、女性読者の心に響いたようです。
俺なんかまだまだっす。田尻先輩みたいに、もっとこう、ロマンチックなポエムが読めるようになりたいっす。
天文活動も様々な分野があるのですね。勉強になります。
少しずつ覚えて自分の好きな分野を探していくといいよ。
はい、部長。
The meet progressed peacefully. It was the first time we'd all gotten together in a while, so everyone went all out.
やっぱり新人が入ると活気づくね。
We haven't had an astronomy novice in a while, after all. Kokone probably didn't notice, but everyone was raring to show off their own area of expertise. There was a chance they'd turn her off by doing that, though. Everyone here, to greater or lesser degrees, had experienced it. A novice turns up at a stargazing meet with hopes to join, but gets run off when they unload too much information. A common horror story for enthusiasts. Kokone's eager and picks up on things fast, so there may be hope. Hikari lightly pulled my sleeve as I watched everyone, arms crossed and posing as an upperclassman. Huh?
ちょっと。
Hikari took me away from the others. What is it?
いや、チョコの件なんだけどさ。
Interrupted her with my hand before she could continue. That was my bad. I don't mind at all if I don't get any, so please forget it.
逆チョコすれば？
I feel like I'd heard of that before. If I remember right, it was when the guy gives the girl chocolate. I'd laughed it off as if a guy would do something that weird when I first heard it, but that's pretty reasonable for you. Thwack. Yeah!
私はいつもまともだ。
Nobody would be surprised then. Honest to God, I like to imagine that instead of just smacking him, she literally whipped him with her twin tails. Ow, that's a reverse chocolate, huh? Yeah, I thought that was something totally unrelated to me. But giving it myself was easy to understand. It's better than freaking out over not getting any. It's actually pretty reasonable for you. Kai chopped my head again as I repeated that. It was pretty painful.
ねえ、今までさやからチョコもらったことないって言ってたじゃん？
Yeah, I replied while rubbing the top
小
of my
太郎
head.
チョコは？
Huh?
だから、小太郎チョコ、昔もらわなかった？
Nope, I don't know what that is.
そうなんだ。
She looked genuinely mystified. What the heck was Kotaro
ご
chocolate?
めん、今の忘れて。
Oh, come on, that just made me even more
それ
curious.
と、はいこれ。
Huh?
取っといて。ただの義理だから。
She stuffed something that she took from her pocket into my own. But hey!
健闘を祈ってるよ
With that, she went back to the others. What did she put in my pocket? As I went to dig into it, this time Corona came over.
あのね、はい、これ。
Oh no, he's getting like butt fuck ton of chocolate. What is it?
何って、決まってるじゃん、チョコレートだよ。
Her voice echoed in the silence of the night as everyone calmly enjoyed themselves. Then their expressions stiffened. The girls looked around as if on guard, and the boys averted their gazes restlessly.
ま、アキ兄はもう彼女いるし、もらえる当てはあるだろうけどさ。
Thanks, Corona.
あ、私も。
Yamada was next.
どうぞ部長。ご採集ください。
Thanks. She handed me a small box and cute wrapping to me. She handed a small box of cute wrapping to me. I accepted it gratefully while surprised that it wasn't entirely black.
空耳
Toyota just over there fucking dying, normie.
いいよな、女子は。可愛いチョコを誰かにあげられてよ。
Come on, I can't imagine you over there. I want to do that too. Get chocolate? No, I want to give chocolate.
そこなの？
心配ご無用だよ。ちゃんと全員分用意してきたから。
はい、どうぞ。部長の特別仕様とは若干異なりますが。
Gordon and the others started handing out chocolate to the guys. I felt a little relieved at seeing that. It felt like I was about to encourage somebody's hatred.
空見くん、ちょっとよろしいですか？
Yoshioka quietly came next to me while everyone was taken up by Korona and the others. Sure, what is it?
これを。
A large package she took out of her bag gave me a start. Wrapping was incredibly ornate. Thank you, but something this much is,
違いますよ。
Her cheeks flushed red and she hastily waved her
それ
hands.
は白鳥先輩から託されたもので、私からでは。
I see! So that's what it was. That surprised me a little. I could believe this was from Shiratori with this fancy wrapping, though.
日頃の感謝の気持ちを込めてとおっしゃっていました。
Forgot to thank her later.
それから、
She went even redder as she took out another small pink box while feebly mumbling something.
これは私からです。
That's a cutie right there. A massive cutie.
いや、タイはないんです。だって空見くんには天の川さんという素敵な恋人さんがいらっしゃいますし、でも白鳥先輩の分だけ渡して私から何もないのでは。少々こういった風習に慣れていませんので、どの程度のものを選べばいいか迷ったのですが。
Thank you. I accepted the small yet quality-looking box as gentlemanly as I could. Receiving all this out of context would probably make most guys misunderstand.
どうぞ。
Oh, it won't make a guy misunderstand, it'll make a girl misunderstand. Yoshioka ran off with those mutterings. I was empty-handed until a moment ago, but both my pockets were were filled instantly. So this was Valentine's Day.
大量だね。
Hikari appeared next to me at some point, grinning unpleasantly. It's obligation chocolate, everyone's getting some.
まあそうだろうけど、それでも焼きもち焼いちゃうのが乙女なのさ。
I looked in the direction she nodded to.
ちと。
Saya was staring daggers at me with magnificent eyes. If her eyes were a figure skater in a competition, they'd get straight tens. That's how magnificent they were.
ちとちと。
No, this is...
ああ、怒っちゃった。
Quit having fun over there! The conclusion to our enjoyable stargazing meet was appropriately bone-chilling for the winter.
お疲れ様でした。皆さん、どうぞ気をつけて。
お疲れっした
お疲れ様です。
いやー、久々の観測会盛り上がったね。
It's almost a shame we couldn't go all night. The majority were girls, so it'd probably be better to feel satisfied being able to do it even this late.
そのうち合宿とかやりたいね。
That way we could watch the stars with everyone to our heart's content until morning. What's with that? What's that about, creep? Gotti nudged me in the side with her elbow with a small smile on her face. With a weird smile all of a sudden, and faced the store.
コタちゃん、モフモフしていい？コタちゃんはいい子だね。お札のような穏やかな笑み。あれはかなーり怒ってますな。
Please, Gotti, help me out here!
同情的な気分にはなるけれど、サヤの気持ちもわかるしね。せいぜいご機嫌取ることね。
Bet you think this has nothing to do with you.
電車来た。帰んなきゃ。じゃあね、アキト。
Hey, wait, are you abandoning me?
さや、
Hikari almost danced, heading home oddly cheerful. Then there was Saya Kotoronai. Still enjoying this. I was currently about 6 meters of distance between Saya and I. Slowly tried to shorten it. Saya? Yeah, you're mad. I haven't really done anything wrong, have I?
コタちゃんはお利口さんだから、彼女がいるのによその女の子にデレデレしたりしないよね。
おう。
He made a face that said, of course not. No, that had to be my mental state making me say that. I wasn't trying to act flustered, you know?
さて、
She stood up then patted her skirt. Going home, I'll take you.
誰が帰るって言ったの？
Oh, well, no one, I
お
guess.
話があるの。少しいいかしら。
She took an authoritative stance. Yes, I nodded.
全部出しなさい。
Yes, ma'am. I put the chocolate I got today on top of the kotatsu. Then I sat Seiza on my knees next to Saya, submitting to her. It was just like Kotaro showing the manager his belly.
こんなにたくさん。あっくん、モテモテだね。
It's obligation chocolate, you
こ
know?
れすごい立派。
Because it's Shiratori's. This may have been modest from her perspective. I won't eat it! I'll offer it all... I'll offer it all to the house Shinto altar.
そんなの悪いよ。せっかくくれたのに。
Let's eat it together! Together! You like chocolate, right? It was obligation chocolate, so that much should be fine. I opened the wrapping on some. Saya's eyes turned grave after seeing it. A bar of chocolate with the words, I love you, please marry me, written on it. What the hell was
こ
this?
れ、誰からもらったの？
Hikari. She just fucking karate chops the chocolate. That Hikari broke the hell hard with her fist. It's just a joke, you know that, right? She originally picked up a piece and put it in my mouth.
食べて。
Oh, like it's just like the All Might scene where he gives Izuku the hair and just says "eat it." It's just Saya's face transforming into All Might grip. Yes, ma'am. She ate a different piece as I ate mine. That's the first time chocolate this bitter has ever been made. Hikari. She knew it'd turn out like this. I'll have to give her a piece of my mind later. While I was polishing up my complaints to Hikari in my head, Saya looked like she was deep in thought. Saya, what's the matter? That worried me. I didn't think Hikari's joke could have fallen flat, but don't let it get to you. That's something Hikari would do, right? So... I was pushed down and kissed by her. Saya forced her lips against me, then separated and violently twisted her tongue inside. Iniste, I mean. Iniste. Yes, iniste. Oh, I can already imagine what this is gonna be. His crotch is conspicuously free right now, so I can very much imagine what this one is gonna be. See you after the sex scene. There we go, sex scene over. She was fucking right in him. After that, Saya had sunken into darkness and was holding her knees while facing a corner of the room.
私、なんてことしちゃったんだろう。ただの義理チョコなのに。ひどいやきもち焼きだよね。おまけに、はしたない。
She was feeding some intense self-hatred after the fact. I put my hand on her shoulder and talked to her from behind. I think it's fine once in a while. Letting your sadistic side out feels fresh. No, well, you seemed pretty serious. It might actually be a hidden desire deep inside you.
最近、悪に引っ張られて、私まで変態さんになっちゃってる気がする。きっとみんな悪のせいだ。
That was outrageous. What are you saying? You've been the dirty devil for a while now. She glared at me as I shut my mouth. So I shut my mouth.
お願いだからさっきのことは全部忘れて。
She looked down while covering her ears. Seems like it was quite the shock to her personally. I rubbed her back in consolation. Come on, don't cry. You were so cute.
やだ、幻滅されちゃう。
I know that's Hikari. Wait, what? By the way, Saya.
やだ、もう何も言わないで。
She shook her head with her ears covered. No, it's not that.
違わないよ。どうせ私は S だもん。祭りだもん。
That's not what I'm trying to say. Moved her hands from her ears. February 14th. Are you free?
2月14。空いてるよ。
Good. Why don't we go somewhere together?
それって。
I'm asking you on a date. We haven't been on one in a while, right? We lived in the neighborhood and could meet any time. It bothered me for a while how spoiled we were on that. After blankly looking up at me, she nodded with a faint voice.
行く。
Thus, our date was set for February 14th. February 13th.
ごめんね、小金井さん。うちまで来てもらっちゃって。
いえ、むしろお招きしていただき光栄です、部長。
Valentine's coming up tomorrow. I invited a sweets making master to my house. Tamaki Kogane.
日持ちするものがよろしいんですよね。
うん。あっくん、甘いものが特別好きってわけじゃないから、少しずつ食べられるものがいいと思うんだ。
なるほど。ですが私はクッキーなどには反対です。
どうして？
純度が薄れる気がするからです。
What?
純度？
無論チョコレートのですが。バレンタインの贈り物がどうしてお菓子や甘いものではなくチョコレートなのか、数あるお菓子の中でも最もふさわしいからだと私は思います。その純度密度において。
純度密度。
Things were getting
チョ
intense.
コレートの甘さ、ほろ苦さ、誰かに寄せる行為と重なると思いませんか？
思うかも。
Ended up clenching my fists in agreement.
義理で渡すものならばまがいものもいいでしょうが、そうでないのなら純度は大切にしたいです。
純度大事。
ならばここは迷うことはないでしょう。
チョコレートそのものだね。
Kogane smiled proudly. Seems she was good at cooking. I heard she sometimes made sweets, and she once baked a cake for the club before. That's why I asked for her, but she was so calm and proper it felt like I was the younger one. I'm glad I asked her for help, though.
すごいね、小金井さんは。落ち着いてるし、大人っぽくて。
私などまだまだです。コロナさんと会話していると自分の未熟さをいつも思い知らされます。
She lightly closed her eyes in genuine
コロナ
sadness.
ちゃんはちょっと光に似てるね。三日月村の村民性なのかな。
バカな！いけません部長。ほうき星先輩をあんな小虫のような方と一緒になさっては。
That's harsh.
虫。
She spoke politely, but the points that mattered were awful.
ねえ、前から聞きたかったんだけど、光のどこに憧れてるの？
She stared back at me dubiously. She seemed confused as to why I'd asked such a thing, since I was around Hikari all the time.
光は面白いしいい子だけど、おっちょこちょいだし、いつもバカなことばっかしてるし、子供みたいないたずらしてくるし、小金井さんと出会ってから、光が憧れられるようなことしたかなって。
Hikari was elegant when she watched the stars. had straightforward-looking eyes like a young boy, so I couldn't say I didn't understand how that might pluck a girl's heartstrings. But the other day was the first time we had gone stargazing together since Kokone joined. I think the impression she normally gave was lively and fun, but
言いたくないなら無理しなくていいよ。
いえ、すいません。ちょっと意外な質問だったので、そういえば考えたことがありませんでした。
え、光のどこに憧れてるか。
she nodded.
初めて出会った時から素敵な先輩だなと。
そうなんだ。そんなものかもね。
I fell in love with Akun from the incident on my first day transferring, but that was just the spark. He was blunt but kind. His boyish profile while watching the stars was so dreamy. Lots of little things like that drew me in that made me
も
realize.
しかすると一緒かもしれません。うん。きっとそうだ。
She spoke to herself, then satisfied herself with some.
何と一緒なの？
I thought it was rude to probe further, but it was about my best friends I wanted to hear.
星に憧れる気持ちとです。
星に。
颯爽と走るほうき星先輩のたなびくツインテールが彷彿とさせるんです。あの幻の彗星、外村彗星を。
え、外村彗星？
She nodded solemnly. Her twin tails did look like the dual tails of a comet. Come to think of it, Kokone mentioned Comet Geison's name once before.
小賀姉さん、知ってるの？外村彗星を。
She had joined the astronomy club about 2 months ago. Comet Geison came around when we were in 5th grade.
知っているも何も、私が最初に天文に興味を持ったのは外村彗星ですから。
そうなの？
担任の先生が天文好きで、クラスのみんなで観測会をやろうという話になりました。
一緒だね、私たちと。
I spoke out of sympathy and she returned it with a sad smile.
あの時私はお父様におねだりして天体望遠鏡を買っていただいたんです。うちの両親は厳しくて、ゲーム機はおろかテレビもろくに見せてもらえず、いつも私はクラスの中で浮いた存在でした。みんなの話題についていけず、休み時間は教室の片隅で図書室で借りた本を読んでいました。でも天体望遠鏡なら買ってくれるかもしれない。そう思い立ち、おねだりをしてみたんです。期待した通り、お父様のお許しが得られ、私は子供には少々不釣り合いな望遠鏡を手に入れました。翌日すぐに学校へ持って行き、私は初めてクラスのみんなの仲間に入れてもらえたんです。
She smiled happily as she remembered. But the sweeter she smiled, the more pain I felt.
でも、外村彗星は。
She nodded
みん
feebly.
な望遠鏡で彗星を見るのを楽しみにしてくれていたんです。
I didn't need to hear what happened next. I already knew. Comet Geison didn't come.
そうだったんだ。じゃあ、その望遠鏡は。
He shook her head in silence. It was probably shoved away in some closet, never to be used. It was a common
以
story.
来、天文の話題は我が家のタブーとなり、私は星への興味を封印してしまったのです。それから数年が経ち、天文への興味もとっくになくなったと自分でもそう思っていたある日、あの言葉と偶然出会ったんです。明るい夜のために。
プロジェクトスターライト？
She
不
nodded.
思議なフレーズです。それが街明かりのない暗い夜のことだと知って、ますます不思議になりました。私にはプロジェクトスターライトで掲げられたような明るい夜なんて信じられなかったし。
でも、参加してくれてたんだよね。
She said so. She said so when she joined.
半信半疑ながらも、どうしても嘘と思えないものが一つだけありました。サイトにあった皆さんの写真のその中央で V サインをしているツインテールの人。やけに自信満々で堂々とした表情だけは、到底嘘とは思えなかったんです。
Basically, she was taken for a ride by that baselessly smug face he got he made. Still, I understood those feelings. After all, I've been on that ride since the day I met her. Things didn't end up going well during it all too often, but it didn't feel bad, oddly enough. To say we followed our dreams would be an exaggeration, but as long as we could single-mindedly believe in something, the results didn't matter. The one who gave me that devotion was Hikari.
だから、私もあの日、部屋の明かりを消しました。そして、耳を澄ませるように、その時を待ちました。
She held her hands together in front of her chest and looked up, as if the time was coming this very moment.
ああ、本当に、あるんですね。あんな、明るい夜が。
あるんだよ。
あの夜と出会わせてくれたほうき星先輩は、まるで、迷いの闇から私を導いてくれた光。暗い夜にたなびく、まばゆいツインテールを追ううちに、私は天文部の扉を叩いていたのです。
With Kogane's grand story of how she joined the astronomy club ended, I let out a big sigh.
そうだったんだね。
That was how much she admired
部
Hikari.
長はどうなのですか？
私にとって光は大切な友達で、でも時々変ないたずらをしてきて、昨日もそれで。
いえ、ほうき星先輩ではなく、
She didn't? I was just about to say a bit too much.
外村彗星です。私がその名を口にするたびに表情が曇るようで、何やら因縁が終わりのご様子でしたので。
I tried to feign ignorance, but I guess it was all over my face. I smiled kindly as I recoiled. She smiled kindly as I recoiled.
私でよければ、お話をお聞きしますよ。
実はね。
I falteringly started to open up about the story of Comet Geist and I, its connection to me that I'd never told anyone before. Maybe because she had the air of a mature adult, or maybe because I had sympathized with what she told me earlier. I didn't know why. Just wanted someone to listen to what I couldn't say to my best friend Hikari or my lover Akun.
古賀姉さんの学校と同じで、私たちのクラスでも彗星の観測会をやろうって話になっていたんだけど。
Schools like that were probably all over Japan back then.
うちのクラスには女子だけに広まってたある噂があったの。都市伝説ね。
都市伝説。
Kogane's expression turned dark. Maybe she imagined something scary. Was she not good with horror? It didn't seem like something scary or anything at all.
流星群は彗星の通り道と地球の軌道が重なった時に起こるのね。
知ってます。プロジェクトスターライトの時、ムツラ星の会のサイトで勉強しました。
だから彗星は流星、流れ星のお母さんで、そのお母さんにお願いしたらどんな願いも叶うという噂が広まってたの。
ああ、なるほど。ありそうな話ですね。
しかも外村彗星が極大を迎えるのはあの年の2月14日前後。
はい。バレンタインの頃でした。
That's why that name came to mind at this time of the year and not just to Kogane and I.
いつしか外村彗星の下でチョコを渡すと恋が叶う、そんな噂になっていったの。
The day the comet was approaching and the girls in class were starting to buzz. They had been swallowed by the rumor they spread. Their eyes glimmered with nervousness, anxiety, and feelings for another. But Comet Geisen didn't come. Astronomical observations didn't always go according to plan. No matter how many days you spent preparing, you couldn't see a single star in the sky if it was cloudy. You could get your hopes up for some huge phenomenon only for nothing to happen. Things like that happen constantly. We didn't know about that though, having taken only our first steps into the astronomy world. If we were told it would come, we believed it would come. Comet Geisen became our first harsh lesson in this. Thanks to Nen was just that though. All the girls believed that rumor and prepared to give chocolates to their crush underneath the comet with once-in-a-lifetime resolve.
そんな。
ひどいよ。あんまりだよ。
They fell into grief upon learning of Comet Geisen's fate. It was clearly overstated compared to the boys. One girl cried, another sank to the floor. I... Hikari, overcome with emotion, hugged me.
わかるよ、その気持ち。
My bonding caused the other girls to go along and start sobbing themselves. Their cries filled the classroom. Even Sensei was at a loss and couldn't start the morning meeting or first period until everyone stopped. I simply sobbed in utter sadness. Hikari held me as I did, crying loudly herself at the same time. She didn't know the real reason behind my tears. Several days later, February 14th, Valentine's Day.
何、光。
I was depressed this morning and couldn't get my spirits up, even after being called to the roof by
誰にも
Hikari.
つけられなかった。つける？
She confirmed by looking behind
誰
me.
もいないみたいだね。よし。
She took something out from the inside of her clothes. It looked like we were making some shady deal, so I felt nervous.
はい、これ。何？
It was a box wrapped in pink with a red ribbon. You'd normally realize what it was, but at the time so much happened that I couldn't think
開
straight.
けていいよ。
She kept paying attention to her surroundings as she spoke. I rustled the paper open. What came out was heart-shaped chocolate.
友チョコだよ。誰か来た。早く隠して。
She pushed the chocolate, box and all, inside my coat. I thought she was
お
embarrassed,
菓
but
子学校に持ってきてるのバレたら先生に怒られるでしょ。
that was what she was worried about.
じゃあ先教室戻るね。一緒に戻ると怪しまれるかもしれない。
She returned to the school building, sneaking around like a ninja. Giving sweets at school. I mean, it felt like playing spy to her. I squeezed the hearts in my chest. When I did, I suddenly started to cry.
ごめんね。光。
The blue sky of Valentine's Day that we should have been able to see a comet as bright as the full moon in was blinding to my swollen eyes. I spent that entire day looking down.
What? どうして泣いたのですか？光が優しかったからじゃないかな。
Didn't really get it myself, but if I analyzed it, maybe it was something like
この
that.
チョコなんてもらったの初めてだったの。前に通ってた学校じゃ私仲間外れだったから。
She went quiet, but I could tell she sympathized with my feelings through her expression. She had a lonely childhood as well.
そんな大事な友達を私は出し抜こうとしたんだよ。だって教えなかったんだもん。概算彗星の都市伝説を。
The girls in class stopped me from doing it. That was the excuse that was the excuse I told myself, but truthfully, I just didn't want Akron to be taken by her. The elusive Comet Geist left only bitter self-hatred in my chest.
その後ろめたさのために今まで空見先輩にチョコをあげられずにいたんですね。鈍い私でもそのくらいは想像できます。天の川先輩の生真面目さならきっとそうなってしまうだろうということは。でももう過去のこと。部長は空見先輩の正式な恋人なんですから。
She smiled as I nodded.
最高のチョコレートで最悪の思い出を払拭しましょう。私も微力ながらお手伝いいたします。
ありがとう、小金井さん。
After firmly taking each other's hand, we began on the chocolate. Hold on. I stood in front of a full-length mirror, having a staring contest with my reflection.
ダメだ。
何してるのさや。
My mom stuck her head through the door I left open.
なんでもないの。
She grinned in my panic attempt to deceive her.
はは明日のデートの準備ね。
どうしてわかったの？
可愛い一人娘のことですもの。というのは半分嘘で、キッチンでお菓子作りした後片付け、やってなかったでしょう。
忘れてた。
I thought I'd do it after I seen Kogane
今度
off.
はママのアドバイスなしでできたみたいね。
And my chocolate was completed thanks to Kogane. I was a little proud of it.
もしかして失敗しちゃったの？
そんなことないよ。上手にできたと思う。
ならどうしてそんな暗い顔してるの
I looked at the coat I was wearing now.
デートに着ていく服がないの。
あら、可愛いじゃないそのコート。気に入ってるんだと思ってた。
いつも着てるし、それに。
Mumbled an explanation to
そ
her.
れは一大事ね。ちょっと待ってなさい。
She went to her room, then brought back something from her
はい、こ
closet.
れ。貸してあげるわ。着てみなさい。
I excitedly took off my coat, then put my arms through the sleeves of the coat she took out. Me like a lot. I looked into the mirror.
大人っぽい。
My usual clothes felt childish in comparison. Not just because the design was subdued, but the materials and craftsmanship were great.
これ、お母さんがお出かけの時に着てるやつじゃ。
勝負服ね。でも、もう着る機会はなさそうだし。
Even from my point of view, as her daughter, my mom was beautiful. Like me, she was tall and gorgeous. I idolized this coat as a symbol of her beauty.
似合ってるわよ、さや。これなら大丈夫でしょう。
文句なしだよ。ありがとう、お母さん。
I suddenly clung to her like a
ほ
kid.
ら。もう大きいのに。せっかくのバレンタインデーなんだから、楽しんでらっしゃい。
最高の日にするね。
After, she lovingly rubbed my cheek as my eyes moistened with joy.
それじゃあ、晩ご飯にしましょう。
私手伝うよ。
ありがとう。じゃあ、まず、あなたが散らかしたキッチンを片付けないとね。
ごめんなさい。
How is it?
もうちょっとラフにしてもいいんじゃねえかな。そうそう、そんな感じ。
By the way, something I want to
いい
talk about.
ね。
Sorry for interrupting you there. Something I want to talk about is apparently Horimiya is getting an anime soon. I'm kind of happy about that. Like, I recently got to a part in Hoshirima Mirai where they did the whole yes. The second boy used the excuse that he had his period cramps when he came too late for class. And it just reminded me of Horimiya, so I started reading again. That reminded me of the fact that recently I saw an announcement that it's barely getting an anime, and I'm looking forward to that. I checked out the pants and jacket I'd borrowed from Takichi in front of a full-length mirror. Doesn't it look sloppy?
そのくらいがいいんだよ。おしゃれってのはあくまでさりげなくだ。
Aloofness. Checked myself in the mirror again and gained some confidence. Today was my date with Saya. I didn't have any clothes for one as a working student, though. Sorry for borrowing all this. You've got a date too, right?
気にすんな。俺はそんな大した場所に行くわけじゃないからよ。
あ、なんだ、タケも来てたのか。
ジース、先生。
She came into the open door with a store bag in her hand.
何あんた、おめかししちゃってまあ。
Aren't I allowed to be in on Valentine's at least? Having people you were close to see you and do your best to look stylish was pretty embarrassing.
やだやだ、色気づいちゃって。これだから嫌いなのよ、バレンタインデーって。お菓子メーカーの陰謀だっていい加減気づきなさいよね。
Yuck, he's sexually aware.
そのお菓子メーカーの陰謀に乗っかって商売してんでしょうが、あんたの実家は。
Takichi gave a flawlessly sounding sound argument, but Sensei didn't pay attention. Did you need something? Oh, talking his heart.
ほらさ。
She was concerned with Takichi's presence. Was it something he couldn't hear?
これ、外出てましょうか。
まあいいか。私の予算じゃ1個が限界だったからさ。
She took out a chocolate bar from the bag, then casually, crack, broke it in two.
均等に割れなかったわ。なんで板チョコって割れ目に沿って割れないのかしら。できるはずよね。日本の、はい、竹。あんた小さい方でいいわよね。はい、あきっと。おっきい方あげる。
ありがとうございます。
Thanks. We both accepted it and looked at her suspiciously.
参考までに聞きますけど、なんすかこれ。
何って、バレンタインに決まってんでしょうが。
She sounded excessively exasperated, but we were the ones who wanted to be.
陰謀に踊らされちゃってるじゃん。
久々に女子力発揮したら、なんか疲れちゃったわ。
Oh, sorry, I was trying to look for that girl power you mentioned, but I can't find it. She returned to her room while rotating her shoulders. What was that girl power stuff about?
なあ、アキト。先生見てると、つくづく女って怖いなって思うんだよ。天の川も、将来ああなる可能性が、全くないとは言えないんだぜ。
What no way that happened.
マジでだるいわ。今すぐテレビ見ながらプリン食べないと死んじゃうわ。
No! No! Stop it! Stop it right this instant. Just stop.
女子力？は、そんなのコタちゃんのおやつにもなりやしないっての。勉強したくない。
No way!
さすがにないか。
Never imagined Sensei turning into a need in the future as kids either, though. Like astronomy, you'll never know what would happen with humans. I put my focus on to preparing for the date and put aside those ill-omened thoughts. Wait long?
来たとこ。
So I took my breath away as she turned around while exchanging that canned greeting.
変かな？似合ってない？
No, it looks amazing on you, right, Kotaro? He'd been barking with his leash pull to its limit since a while ago, wanting to jump all over us. Sarah probably wouldn't let him today, though.
お母さんが貸してくれたの。私にはちょっと大人っぽすぎるかなって思うんだけど。
That's not true at all. It looks great.
本当？よかった。
She smiled with intense relief. Her facial features were childish, so it felt a little bit like she was standing on her tiptoes, but that just made her cuter. I apologized to her in my heart for imagining something so rude about her future minuscule possibility, or not. So I was gonna be alright.
ありがとう。あっくんもいつもと違う服だね。
Uh-huh. My tone turned brusque out of embarrassment.
かい。あっくん背が高いから、そういう服似合うね。
You think so? Well, thanks. Wearing clothes you weren't used to really felt uncomfortable. I lost a size coat, but Takichi lent me his best.
照れてるあっくん、かわいい。
Don't tease me. The bus came in the roundabout while we talked. Alright, let's go. I casually leaned over and Sai instinctively wrapped around my arm.
コタちゃん、バイバイ。
Kotaro's tail hung in disappointment that he didn't get to fawn over Saya while she was all dressed up.
人でいっぱいだね。
And they're all couples. We came to an open mall along Hoshinaka City's shore, Harbour Town. This was the place to be if you were looking for somewhere stylish. As one would expect on Valentine's Day, the town was full of couples dressed to the nines. Where should we go first? Is there anything you want to see?
そうだな。
She looked around the area. Don't hold back, today's on me. I prepared wharf funds for the occasion.
でも私、ハーバータウンのことよく知らなくて。
I went speechless after hearing that. What good would abandoning the lead and leaving it all to Saya do? Still, I was like Saya in that I didn't know the area well. I had labeled it as some place unrelated to me. My emotions must have shown in my face when Saya spoke.
じゃあ、ブラブラ歩いてみよっか。
Let's do that. I stopped thinking so much, and we started walking with the flow of the people. The mall was modeled after a European port town, and fancy shops lined the streets. Valentine's decorations adorned nearly all of them. Everywhere we looked was dazzlingly unfamiliar.
この服あっくんに似合いそう。
Aren't they a bit
たま
flashy?
にはそういうあっくんも見てみたいけどな。
Oh, don't you think this hat would look good on you?
本当だ、かわいい。
I nonchalantly checked the price tag.
どうしたの？
No, it's nothing. My face had gone grim. A simple hat was so expensive, shaving off 2 whole months of my food budgets wouldn't even cover it. Let's go to that store! Thinking the store was especially pricey, we went to another, but it was about the same. Guess this the fanciful world of adults. Wonder if I'd be able to buy stuff like this without thinking when I became a member of society. I couldn't really imagine it. We continued down the street, taking in the atmosphere while I was stricken by those thoughts.
ポカポカしてて暖かいね。
The weather report said it'd been strangely warm, almost like springtime at the end of March. We took a load off on a bench and were splitting some hot cocoa we bought at a stall. I talked big, but I'm sorry it turned out like this.
いいよ、気にしないで。こんなにいい天気なんだもん。外にいる方が楽しいよ。
I made her fuss over me. dwarf funds I'd prepared were no match for Harbour Town. How frightening the world of adults was. I was lucky that, thanks to the clear windless weather, sitting outside on a bench was plenty bearable with a warm drink. Ugh, how pitiful am I.
気にすることないって。私はそういうあっくんの方が好きなんだもん。急にデートスポットに詳しくなってたり、女の子をリードするのが上手になってたら、私、浮気してるんじゃないかって疑っちゃうよ。
I wouldn't do that. Never. Ever.
どうして？
Why? She was like a kid asking naive questions. Obviously because no one's cuter than you. Whoops, wrong.
もしそんな子が現れたら浮気するの？
No matter how cute they were in the outside, they couldn't match the time we spent together. It was part of your cuteness.
そっか。よし、自信持っちゃおう。
What's that supposed to mean? You know, we both busted out laughing. I doubt it all.
少しだけ。すごい人の数だね。
There must be more people here alone than Mikazuki's whole population. Mikazuki village. I didn't know how many people came here, but it certainly exceeded the old village's number of residents. We were a bit dizzy from the crowds, since we weren't used to them from growing up in the calm countryside.
でも幸せだ。あっくんと特別な日を過ごせてるんだなって。
She sipped a cocoa with a small smile while dangling her feet. She really did look happy, watching her from the side.
見て、あの女の子。かわいい。
A small girl, proudly waving around a balloon she got from Harbour Town's mascot, Harbourkun, passed in front of us. She was all dressed up. Maybe today was special. The young mother and father watched over their little girl from both sides of her.
いいの、ああいうの。
Yeah. It wasn't like we had a mutual understanding about this, but we took each other's hands at the same time. I'm sure you'd be a great mother.
そう？どうして？
I just know. Maybe because you look good in an apron.
それ言ったら、あっくんこそ絶対いいお父さんになるよ。
I wonder.
だって、なんとなく。
Man, how lazy.
適当じゃないもん。ビジョンがあるんだよ。小煩悩なあっくんビジョンが私の中に。
She pointed to her head while facing me, but it's not like I could see inside there.
あっくんが子供と手をつないで歩いてるところ、想像できるんだもん。
It definitely seemed like you'd do that
あっ
more.
くんの方だよ。
Nuh-uh, you would. We turned into an odd quarrel. And how about this? You take the right hand, I take the right hand, you take the left. So I went red all of a sudden and started fidgeting.
そうだね。
Why'd you turn red?
だって、それって、私とあっくんが。
I guess I carelessly jumped the gun there. That sort of future's possible, isn't it?
余裕。
I ruminated on the future far from now. Future together with Saya. When I thought about it, being together was always natural as childhood friends. I felt like we never really thought that far ahead. Also didn't have much time to worry about that, living off of others. Guess I'll be living alone for college.
そうだね。
Depending on where I went, but going off a list of standout universities, it didn't seem like I'd be able to commute from the shop. You too?
まだわからない。無理すれば通えなくもないし。
The school she wanted to go to in order to be a teacher was within the prefecture, so she could definitely go by train. You'd probably have to prepare yourself for the inconvenience, though. If I started living alone, why not live together? Those words nearly came out, but I swallowed them. Would you still be a commuter
も
wife?
ちろんだよ。地の果てだっておでんを届けるよ。
I smiled at her lack of hesitation.
なんで笑うかな。本気なのに。
Sorry, I just thought of you delivering Odin to me on the South Pole. Across the ocean, tearing through floating ice, the Antarctic observation ship arrives. Clad in fluffy winter clothes, Saya alights onto the land of ice with a steaming earthenware pot in hand. She cries among a throng of penguins. Odin! Odin! The call of the Odin delivering Antarctic commuter wife.
寒いだろうから、きっとおでんが何倍も美味しくなるね。
I would without a doubt. It would without a doubt. It'd probably freeze before you could eat it though.
星も綺麗なんだろうね。南極からはどんな星が見えるのかな？
Who knows? Couldn't imagine it. It's probably an entirely different beast from the sky we looked up to on our countryside down in
あ
Japan.
っくんが一人暮らしか。
She laughed while imagining my future all on her own, but her face soon turned
ホッ
dark.
トクとカップ麺ばっかり食べてそう。
What the fuck is hot yuck? Did they just fuck up typing there? Or... It actually is something. It's apparently something similar to pancakes, but it's filled. Apparently from Korea. Intriguing. How rude, I can at least make curry from a pouch.
レトルトは作るって言わないよ。それに、散らかしはしないけど、引っ越しの時の段ボールが何年もそのままだったり。
That was entirely possible, I couldn't think anything back. So I couldn't say anything back. Since I lost my parents, I'd never lived somewhere I thought of as home. Maybe that was why I'd always kept my things light in order to leave at any time. A pitched tent in the mountains felt like my home more than anything.
これはおでんを届けるだけじゃ不十分だね。お掃除とお洗濯もして、あと食器とか家具も。
She started getting one-sidedly enthusiastic. If you went that far, you might as well...
いっそ？
No, never mind. If I said it, she'd actually do it, even if it caused trouble and others were against it.
ねえ、インテリアコーナーがあるよ。
She pointed at the floor guide in the Harbortown pamphlet she was looking
行っ
at.
てみようよ。
Interior design, I'm not really interested, but
私はあるの。ね、ほら。
pushed along by Saya, I finished up the cocoa that went cold while we talked.
はーい、満足じゃ。
Why everything is so fucking pink? Help. We looked at miscellaneous household goods at the interior corner and then went around various stores. We didn't buy anything, but Saya was beaming
あ
happily.
あ、いいなあ。あんなおしゃれなインテリアに囲まれて暮らしたい。
I said I wasn't interested, but it was pretty fun looking around at everyday necessities with Saya. Could imagine the future with each item we looked at. A future with Saya, of course. We could use this together, for example. That bed's huge. We could sleep together. We could both sleep together on this. It was a little exciting looking around at everything while talking like that. Future with Saya became more concrete in my mind.
うん、もう真っ暗だね。
We set out late today for certain reasons, so it had gotten dark while we played around. It's about time. I checked my watch. Feeling hungry?
うん、もうペコペコ。今日はね、お昼抜いてきたんだ。その方が美味しく味わえると思って。
Then let's go. I think that's it. You could see the store even from the circular plaza. It was the second floor of a building covered in glass. You could feel the modest atmosphere from the outside. It was a bit of a very adult
あそ
restaurant.
こに行くの？
Yeah, I've got a reservation. We were both slightly taken aback as we looked at it. The sun had gone down and it was approaching astronomical twilight. Harbortown was reborn as an even more adult world with elegant lighting. It felt like an entirely different place from this afternoon, but now wasn't the time for that. Wandering around the area was one thing, but the restaurant we were going to exuded a hard-to-approach aura.
こっくり。
Not good. Saya was nervous. I had to take the lead here. I took her hand. Let's go. I'm sure we'll get to eat something delicious. I know I have these weird pauses every now and again. I feigned composure out of pride, but it seems Saya relaxed a little. Pulling her hand, I entered the building. Our reservation tonight was a certain Italian restaurant. It was one of the most popular places in Harbour Town, or so I'd heard. Its chic interior was dimly lit. Quiet jazzy, moody jazz played throughout. Moody blues. The other customers were all adults, and I couldn't see a single person the same age as us.
お母さんに服借りてよかった。
Saya grumbled nervously. I felt the same. Takichi's jacket felt childish in here, but even then, I may have done a 180 before coming in here without it. The waiter came by with food.
本日の前菜、3種盛り合わせでございます。
Can't wait to see it. Saya looked curiously at the brightly colored food, compactly placed on a large dish.
なんだろうこれ。
Hey. Saya went red after noticing that the waiter could plainly hear her. After the slightest hint of offense, he responded. Without the slightest hint of offense, he
ポ
responded.
ルチーニクリームとマッシュルームのブルスケッタ、スモークサーモンのケッパー添え、ズッキーニとパプリカのマリネでございます。
I liked salmon.
ありがとうございます。
ごゆっくりどうぞ。
The young waiter returned to the kitchen with a refined smile.
びっくりした。でも店員さん、すごく親切だね。
Believe me, he's not gonna be that nice once he reaches the kitchen where no one can see him. Even their manners are high class. Honestly, I was a little worried if the food here would be edible while we came in stiff as a board. Guidance from that waiter was kind and gave me a strange calmness though. Let's try it out.
そうだね。
Forgot which was which. This is food, right? From the coloring to the arrangement, everything was brilliant and novel. Someone used Japanese food or convenience store meals. It made you want to doubt if it was actually food.
すごいよね。綺麗だよね。でも、美味しそうだよ。いただきます。
Saya put her hands together timidly, worried about the eyes around us, then took her knife and fork. She went for the strange dish with mushrooms on it first. Quite a challenge.
美味しい。
A full smile bloomed on her face. I tried as well, curious if it was actually that good. But amazing. I tried to say it was easy to recognize salmon dish, but the texture, to the very depth of the flavor, was completely different from anything I'd ever eaten. No exaggeration, realizing a food like this existed was quite the culture shock. To be honest, the arrangement was pretty, but it didn't look warm or freshly made, so I didn't think it looked that good, but...
これも美味しいよ。このマッシュルームのやつ。
She urged me on to try it, already forgetting its name entirely. Right, it's delicious. It's the first time I've tasted this flavor and texture.
お口の中が幸せだよ。
Tears welled in her eyes from the pure delectability. The remaining sour salad-like thing, a marinade apparently, wasn't really new, but still quite tasty. We lost ourselves partway through and started scarfing it down, but became aware of the customers around us.
みんなすごくゆっくり食べてるね。
We're the only ones wolfing it down. She suddenly got embarrassed and started eating in smaller bites than like the others. It was definitely a dish, but I savored slowly. Right as we finished up the appetizer, the waiter came to take up our dishes.
いかがでしたか？
とっても美味しかったです。
It's the first time I'd had food like this. He smiled warmly at our excited, honest impressions.
まだ前菜ですからね。次のお料理もお楽しみください。
気さくだね。
He's not pleasant at least. I thought an Italian restaurant would be more prim and proper. He was refined yet genial. This place was comfortable, as if they'd prepared anything you could ask for in advance. We had ordered a course meal. It was Takichi's advice.
お前、イタリアンなんか食ったことねえだろ。だったらコース頼んじゃった方が無難だぞ。めんどくさくないし、向こうがいい感じにしてくれる。値段もあらかじめ分かってるから、ビクビクしなくていいしな。
I see. Deep. I expected nothing less of a man who formed a band just to pick up chicks. He probably had never been to an Italian place either, but he had an abundance of useless information. His wish came true with Jino as his girlfriend, so it was probably being put to good use tonight. Next was pasta. It was another first, however.
牡蠣の柚子クリームソース。
At first glance, other than the oyster, nothing was strange about it. But what the heck was yuzu cream sauce?
いただきます。
Saya copied the other customers, cutting the pasta around their fork. How is it? She put her hands to her cheek with intoxicated eyes. It looked like a sparkle effect came from behind her.
何これ、すっごいよ、あっくん。クリームなのにしつこくなくてね。食べた後に柚子の風味がふわーっと。
Ah, yes. Woof.
幸せの味だよ。
She chewed on the pastas, as if each bite was filling her mouth with bliss. I tried a bite as well. Whoa, it's delicious. Cream certainly wasn't overly rich at all. Even still, it had a rich fullness. Yuzu's refreshing flavor accented its mellow taste. Its unbelievable deliciousness called forth the ocean.
牡蠣も美味しい。もう幸せすぎてどうにかなっちゃう。
They had some fancy names attached, but it was basically what foreign countries like France and Spain ate normally, right? Well, it's something they were grateful for. I doubt they ate like that kind of stuff on the daily. My cynical attitude made me embarrassed. It was delicious, so of course everyone was grateful for it. After the pasta finally came the main dish. They ordered the cheapest course due to my budget, so the number of dishes was a bit small. I was worried it'd leave us unsatisfied, but each one surprised us, and we were already plenty content.
オマールエビの香草焼きバルサミコソース、国産牛フィレ肉のタリアータでございます。
Foreign-sounding dish with a long name was set at our table. The lobster was on my end, and the beef on Saya's. You could choose either
これ
one.
も盛り付けが綺麗だね。
Saya fidgeted with her phone in her
あの、
hands.
写真に撮ってもいいですか？
どうぞ。
The waiter replied with another warm smile. He didn't give off the feeling that he was faking it for the customers at all, and was extremely calming. Thinking about it, he himself does customer service, so we can probably trust him with seeing through a waiter. Especially near the end of the day.
じゃあ、1枚だけ。
She took the photo while paying mind to those around her.
美味しそうに撮れた。
Let's eat before it gets cold. Clatter, clatter. She brought a bite to her mouth using unfamiliar knife and fork. Her eyes shut open wide in shock. She tried to speak without words while chewing. She wanted to tell me how good it was right this second, but swallowing it without fully savoring it would be a waste. That's how she looked, at least.
美味しいよ、あっくん。
I got it, don't cry.
あっくんのは？
Delicious, of course. I'd already become aware that it would have been impossible for this restaurant's food to not be. She looked at my plate greedily. Want a bite?
でも、明日ないよ。
What if you did this? Snapped some meat with my fork and then brought it to Saya's mouth. Say, She was a little embarrassed, but there were other couples doing the same thing. I didn't know about normally, but tonight was Valentine's. This at least should be allowed.
美味しい。あっくんも。はい。
Took a bit of a something fried lobster with a something glaze. Delicious. It's so tender and fragrant. I'm so used to cheap shrimp. Well, it's fundamentally different. We cleared the main dish like that, carefully savoring each bite.
美味しかった。私今日ずっと美味しいしか言ってないよ。
I'm glad you're happy. Went all out by making a reservation here, but I wasn't positive Saya would like it.
大満足だよ。
She giggled nervously.
ね、嬉しいなって。
Huh?
特別扱いしてくれてるのが。
Seeing her bashfully go red made me genuinely glad I brought her here from the bottom of my heart. Also, I was gonna assume that this one is his glass while this one is Saya's. Why the fuck did she get such a small glass? Like, it seems to be the same liquid, so... Like, what even is this? Like, don't just place it there, because this looks like wine. We were prone to take our relationship as childhood friends for granted. We understood each other well, so there was no need to overexert ourselves for the other. Even more so since I was so docile. Because of that, I felt like I hadn't been able to treat her like a normal girl. Even on her birthday last month, she was happy with just a small date. Wanting Valentine's chocolate was selfish. This sort of thing is nice every once in a while, isn't it?
嬉しい。
We couldn't do it all the time, but if it was for that smile, I could push it every now and then.
でも今日って本当は女の子から男の子にあげる日だよね。なのにあっくんにご馳走してもらっちゃってなんだか悪い気もする。
But then the waiter brought out the last
食後の
dish.
コーヒーとデザートでございます。
Fuck this game. Sarah looked the most shocked she'd been all day upon seeing the dish placed in front
バ
of
レン
her.
タイン限定のチョコレートケーキです。
The delicately arranged dessert was like a work of art.
私のだけ？あっくんは？
For me, it was the regular tiramisu
ごゆっ
dessert.
くりお召し上がりください。
The waiter casually met my eyes as if cheering me on, then went to another customer whose hand was raised.
私のだけ特別なやつなの？
Yeah, is that weird?
変だよ。今日チョコをもらうのは男の子の方なのに。
Reverse chocolate. Here, boys are allowed to give chocolate to the girl they like. I decided you'd be thoroughly treated like a princess tonight. This afternoon didn't go so well, but this was where I'd make my recovery. Come on, eat. Don't make that face. This special Valentine's cake is pretty popular, you know. It was the reason I chose this place. It was huge with girls. There were even girls who came together just to eat this. My reservation was actually on a waiting list. My budget only allowed one for Saya, but that was all the better.
じゃあ食べるね。
Yeah, eat up.
その前に写真撮っとこう。
She finally picked up her She finally picked up her fork after taking a commemorative photo.
いただきます。
Although she looked apologetic, she was grinning, unable to deny the anticipation of a limited edition chocolate cake. She waited to swallow until the chocolate melted in her mouth, then let out a blissful sigh.
幸せってこういうことを言うんだね、あっくん。
I didn't tell she was exaggerating. It was mouth-watering for sure. She deliberately took the time to savor each and every bite of the whole cake to its fullest. Finished my own and enjoyed watching Saya while drinking my coffee. It was flavor had a deepness different from instant coffee. She at last reluctantly swallowed the last bite, and sighed deeply once more.
ごちそうさま。夢見てるみたいだよ。頭の中がふわふわしてる。
I could tell.
ありがとう、あっくん。すごく嬉しかったよ。
Very welcome. Think of it as gratitude for all you do. Thinking of everything she's done for me, even this wasn't enough. You know, I actually made chocolate for you. That's
実は
sad.
私もあっくんにチョコ作ってきたんだけど、
She fidgeted.
こんなすごいのをもらった後だと渡しづらい。
You handmade it?
一応その方が気持ちがこもるかなと思って。純度が大事なんだよ。
Happiness welled up all the more since I wasn't expecting any.
もうヘタっぴだし、美味しくないかも。
That's not true. In fact, please give it to me.
なんか力強い。
If I don't get any, I'm gonna go home and cry.
それは大変だからあげるね、チョコ。
She hesitated to open the bag that must have held her handmade chocolate.
この時間だともうアルビレオが沈んじゃってるね。でもまだ冬のアルビレオがいるよね。できれば星空の下で渡したいな。海岸へ行けば見えるだろうから。ちょっと寒いかもだけど。
With our food plentifully enjoyed, the next destination was decided. Immersed in the reverberations of our first adult dinner, we left the restaurant. Right up to the check, the waiter was kind, and even went a little out of his way to make sure any children didn't work themselves up. We went outside. When we went outside, the stars were gone. Clouds had rolled in before we knew it. So I whispered while looking up at the hidden starry sky.
外村彗星再びだよ。せっかく最高のバレンタインにできると思ったのに。
Voice trembling and on the verge of tears, Saya held the bag in her hands as if protecting it from something.
星、見えなくなっちゃったし。だから、海岸はいいや。
She turned to speak to me with a smile, but it was obvious how forced it was. That charming smile from when we ate that delicious food was already gone. She must have wanted to give me chocolate underneath the starry sky. No doubt she decided that in her heart when she left her house today. Didn't have the first clue why it made her this depressed, but she probably had her own feelings about it.
じゃあ、ここで。
She opened her bag with a disheartened expression. Let's go see the stars. She looked at me blankly with her hand stuck in her bag. I took her hand and started
星
walking.
を見るって、どこに？
There's a fucking... Where else could you see stars on a cloudy day? There's a damn planetarium in here. She looked at the large clock set on the face of a building.
もう閉館時間過ぎてるよ。
Just follow me. The place I took her to was the planetarium. We went past the front entrance that was already closed up and headed towards the back entrance. We went inside without anyone's permission.
真っ暗だよ。いいの？本当に入って。
So I'm pretty sure this is breaking and entering. Shh! Waiting in silence for a while, a small light suddenly appeared. No. They were stars. Countless tiny dots of light started twinkling overhead.
白鳥座だ。
Saya whispered at the arrangement of the stars directly above
ご
her.
覧なさい。あれが名高いアルビレオの観測所です。
That's Gotti. Narration began suddenly. Saya, unsure of what was happening, listened.
窓の外の まるで花火でいっぱいのような天の川の真ん中に、黒い大きな建物が4棟ばかり立って、その一つの平屋根の上に、目も覚めるようなサファイアとトパーズの大きな2つの透き通った玉が、輪になって静かにくるくると回っていました。
この声。
ようこそおいでくださいました。バレンタインの恋人たちに送る本日限りの特別プログラム、季節外れのアルビレオ。2月14日の夜空に現れた夏の星々を、どうぞごゆっくりご堪能ください。
Saya looked to me as if she wanted to say something.
この声もしかして。
Who knows? Probably some amateur planetarium who likes Night on the Galactic Railroad. She looks like she'd been caught by a fox or something, but closed her mouth and left it at that. Let's sit down. Place is ours tonight. We took our seats and listened to the sole voice that resounded in the silence. Tonight's special program continued along Night on the Galactic Railroad. Introductions to some characteristic constellations were bookended by snippets of the story.
ルビーよりも赤く透き通り、リチウムよりも美しく、あれは何の火だろう。
fuck.
あんな赤く光る火は何を燃やせばできるんだろう。ジョバンニが言いました。サソリの火だな。カムパネルラがまた地図と首っ引きして答えました。
And immediately being taken back to Wagamama High Spec.
サソリの火はサソリ座の心臓とも言われる一等星のアンタレス。アンタレスは夏の代表的な星で、真っ赤に燃えるようで、とっても綺麗な星です。
Summoned by the narration, we set out together on a journey along the Galactic Railroad. Viewing the summer stars in winter gave us a strange feeling that surpassed time and space.
ねえ、どうして私が星空の下に行きたがるって分かったの？
Not necessarily. I didn't have that power. It was just a hunch I had. If we were going to make tonight's special, we had to go to see the stars together. But the weather report said it might get cloudy for a while, so I prepared this special program just in case. This was the real reverse chocolate.
あっくん。
は？
これ、星空の下で渡せたらなって思ってたの。できれば、アルビレオの下がいいなって。
Should stop playing around with this. Sai handed me a small, cutely wrapped box. Cygnus's albireo shimmered above our
あっ
heads.
くんにチョコあげるの、初めてだよね。
And it's not the last, is it? I can't think I'll get chocolate from you next year, can I? Can't I? And next year, and forever after that.
もちろんだよ。あっくんと子供と手をつないで歩くんだもん。
It's a promise. Our figures overlapped underneath the summer stars on the winter night. It would have been really hilarious if it was just like Hikari just down in the corner fucking cheering. The one I held dear was right there. I felt her undeniable heat with my
この
lips.
ように銀河鉄道の夜では夏の星座をめぐって旅を。あんたたち何やってんのよ。
What a noisy
こ
narrator.
こには私たちだけだよ。あの声は天の声だから。
Oh, so Hikari's dead.
恋人たちは星空の下、ロマンチックなひとときをお過ごしのようで。
ハッピーバレンタイン、あっくん。素敵な夜をありがとう。
Not all Swan Princess. With help from this last huge event, this first Valentine's with my childhood friend turned lover became a night engraved in our memories. Back to childhood? Or not? On the way home from our date, while taking her home after getting off the bus, I had been downright glued to my arm. Sure is hard to walk.
だって、幸せすぎて切ないんだもん。
Happiness hurts?
うん。
Weirdo. Sort of understood, though. There are times when something is so fun that it hurts when it ends. Maybe that feeling was intensifying with each step closer to her house.
そろそろ教えてよ。どうやってあんなことできたの?
She was asking about how I rented out the planetarium. I hadn't revealed my secret right away. Otherwise, I felt the magic would fade away. It wasn't anything special. I just asked Morita to rent the place out for a while.
それすごいことだよ。とっても特別なことだよ。
The one who came up with the idea was Gadi, not me.
そうなの?
She just threw out offhand that we had nothing to lose anyway. When I actually met with him...
星空のスケッチのお嬢さんのため？いいでしょう。力になりましょう。
He's a fan of you, it seems.
そうなんだ。
So I hadn't actually met him in person yet. So it's thanks to Gadi and yourself that tonight was possible. Didn't look like it really felt that way to her, though, since it was for something she wasn't aware of. I looked up, and now it's cleared up. Stargazing really was up to the mood of the sky.
でも、あの時曇らなかったら、きっと感動が薄まっちゃってたよ。
So the sky helped us out then. Saya hugged me with all her strength. Hey, what is it?
美味しかった。プラネタリウムも素敵だった。あっくんがお姫様扱いしてくれた。
Seems she was expressing her happiness through her body. Sure is hard to walk. She was practically half hanging off my arm now. Yep, she was as light as an angel, so it felt like I could spin her around with one arm if I wanted to. Wasn't there a monster like this? The ones that climb on your back?
妖怪じゃないもん。
What are you?
歩くのを邪魔してるの。まだお家に帰りたくない。今日が終わっちゃうのがもったいない。
You darn cutie. I wanted to hold her, but fortunately my arm was completely restrained.
ねえ、あっくん。
Huh?
もうちょっとだけ。一緒にいたい。
Her voice was anguished, like a spoiled child.
お母さんいないから。
I stroked her hair with my free arm. What am I gonna do with you? R-rated things. M-rated things, I mean. So I returned with teacups and a teapot on a tray while I waited on her bed.
お待たせ。何?
I was just thinking how those clothes really do look good on you.
そうかな。お母さんの方がもっと似合ってるよ。
Sa's mom was tall and gorgeous.
私もお母さんみたいに綺麗になりたかったな。そしたらこういう服ももっと似合うようになるのに。
When she was a kid, she was always told she'd end up a beauty like her mom. But when she hit that age, she grew up with a bit of a different feel than everyone had predicted. In place of her mom's heightened coolness, she became condensed cute. I look how cute you are now.
あっくんがそういう趣味の人でよかったよ。
I like how she doesn't say, I'm glad you like it, but I'm glad you're into that. Don't talk about people in terms of what they're into. To Saya, her mom was true beauty that she thought unreachable for herself. If the girls of the world heard that.
はい？ざけんじゃないわよ。そんだけ可愛ければ十分でしょうが。そうです。贅沢ですよ。
さや、あんたに足りないのはおっぱいだけよ。
若いってだけで十分なのよ。
Sorry for forcing you all into my own imaginations. I even mixed in that unrelated bit at the end there. But Saya was objectively incredibly beautiful, and even if everyone had their gripes, they definitely wouldn't object. I removed those rude fantasies from my head and placed the box of chocolates Saya gave me on my lap. Can I open it? Saya's expression as she poured a cup of tea was nervous and
星
stiff.
空の下にこだわった理由は、開けてみればわかると思う。
I undid the cute ribbon and peeled off the wrapping. Inside were stars. A pair of differently colored and sized stars were nestled in the box. One deep blue and one yellowish orange. It's all video. She nodded while fidgeting. You handmade this?
小金井さんに手伝ってもらったの。お菓子作りがすごく上手なんだよ。ちょっぴりスパルタで怖いけど。
Wow. It was as if the stars we saw at the planetarium tonight fell down and came to rest in this box. It's pretty cute.
すごく悩んだんだよ。どんなチョコにすればアックに喜んでもらえるかなって。
Sarah was earnest, so I'm sure she went through much trial and error.
制裁として義理チョコとはしっかり格差をつけておきたかったですからね。
She paused a little as she spoke. She remembered and was moping over that incident again. Can I eat it?
どうぞ。
She put my tea on her study desk. I took the largest star and nibbled on it. It was a little hard to eat with Saya watching with a serious face directly next to me.
どうかな。
Delicious.
本当に？
She doubted me for some reason. Really. The blue jelly-like part that resembled arbeleo turned into a sweet yet sour sauce. Chocolate itself was bitter, creating a complicated flavor when mixed with the sauce.
甘いものそんなに好きじゃないでしょ。だからビター系のチョコにしたんだけど。
I don't particularly dislike them, but I couldn't eat much, so if I had to choose, I liked sour stuff more.
ねえ、本当に美味しくできてる？
You're so doubtful. You made it yourself, so you had to have tried it, right?
一応したけど。でもアックの口に合うかわからないし。
If you're that unconfident, why don't you eat some yourself? I took another bite. She made a weird, disappointed face, thinking I was going to feed her. I took her shoulders and kissed her. I fed her the chocolate mouth to mouth. How was it? She returned my gaze with a
こ
pout.
の間のやきもち焼きだったの。やっぱり嫌だったんだ。仕返しされた。
No, I told you. Jealous Saya was cute. Good grief, what a troublesome girlfriend you are. I moved the chocolate from my lap to the desk, then took a sip of tea. Then? Thud. I pushed Saya onto the bed and kissed her assertively. I'll teach you with our bodies just how much I love you. Oh boy.
アックの目が本気だ。
Actually, ever since the planetarium, I've wanted you so bad I've been about to explode.
シャワー浴びてきていい？
She trembled slightly like a rabbit moments before being attacked, but I couldn't wait that long. I want her right now. Let's get in together. Is that a no?
それ、すごくいい。
Her eyes damp with trepidation, she agreed. Safe.
気持ちいい。
She's saying it feels nice. You hear the music. See you after the sex scene. Sex scene is over. Flop. We both collapsed on the bed at the same time after returning to the room. Thought we were about to die. We didn't think of it in the heat of the moment, but doing all that activity in a hot bath was quite dangerous. We gulped down some water after getting out, and it didn't turn out serious. But any longer, and we'd have gotten dehydrated. The cool air of the room with the heater off felt good on the skin. Ew. I rolled over and held Saya, who was next to me. I idly buried my head in her modest but bulging chest. We're pretty dirty again today. Still shifting blame. I'm just joking. I was teasing you. Revived last after poking her buttons, I sat up and took Saya's handmade chocolate I'd left on her desk. Gotta have sweets after exercise. Chocolate stars are all cuddled together, just like you and me. I threw the partly eaten chocolate into my mouth. I suddenly felt happy and a smile crept onto my face. Just finally got some chocolate from you. I never even got obligation chocolate before. She'd always loved me and lived with those feelings hidden. In that sense, it certainly wouldn't have been obligation chocolate. I mean, if it were possible. Uh-oh, Saya entered jealousy mode again. That was obviously a joke. Spoke from experience. She fell into self-hatred and rolled around on the bed. You're the only one for me, Saya. I gifted her a sweetest chocolate kiss on the lips. Hold on. Yes? She cringed at herself after saying that, then tumbled onto the bed, red in the face. I love that cue music side of her. Why do I suddenly have quantum jump stuck in my head? The day after Valentine's. Holding onto the strap of the swaying bus, Kogane and I stood next to each other while gazing out the window at the familiar scenery. She was tall, so I had to look up a bit to speak to her. Even word of the ferns, when Kogane spoke them, felt strangely dignified. Calling it a specter wasn't exaggerating. If I hadn't been able to give that chocolate yesterday, I would have always remembered it during this time of year.
ですが、私は思います。もしかすると、凱旋彗星はやっぱり幸運の星だったんじゃないかって。
どういうこと？
もしあの時外村彗星が来ていたら、部長のその後の人生はどう変わっていたでしょう。
I imagined it, and I gasped. She judged my emotions from my expression and
きっ
smiled.
とよかったんです。
そうだね。
I nodded with feeling. I thought of Hikari as my number one rival at the time. Akun liked her, so if I had a chance of winning, I thought I had no choice but to borrow the comet's power. Hikari was still a child and seemed to have no recognition of love. If I could give him my chocolate while I had my chance, Comrade Geisen would grant my wish. I was desperate and panicked.
友チョコだよ。
The chocolate she had given me was extremely sweet, as kids liked it, but it felt slightly bitter to me, and not because of the sourness of my tears. That bitterness always accompanied my memories of Valentine's Day and Comrade Geisen.
どうかした？
いえ、今回のことで私は以前より部長のことを好きになれました。
ありがとう。
I was embarrassed that something like that said right to my face. But why exactly did she become able to like
い
me?
い人すぎて腹に一物あるのではないかってずっと疑っていたんですよ。その一物が何か分かってほっとしました。
それって私が腹黒い人に見えてたってこと？
はい。
She cheerfully and eloquently nodded without a fraction of ill intent.
そういう黒さだったんですね。
黒さって言わないで。結構気にしてるんだから。
I remember the jealousy before Valentine's when Akun got all that obligation chocolate, when my bad side leaked out and felt my mood darken.
安心してください。私も腹は黒い方ですから。
She laughed heartily. It wasn't really funny though. It really wasn't funny though.
嫌だよ、そんな安心。
私、天文部に入ってよかったです。
私は逆に小賀姉さんのことがわからなくなったよ。
It felt rewarding, though surely many times more than that, it felt unrequited. Maybe that was what Valentine's was. The star of good luck that vanished without a trace, granted my wish 6 years later.
私も頑張りますね。
She spoke slightly nervously, well, probably unconsciously, strongly gripping the hand she held her bag in. Her eyes looked straight ahead at the upperclassmen she admired.
応援してる。
I cheered her on from the bottom of my heart. 5 years later down the line, Kogane and Hikari got married. Sheesh, you're noisy. Kotaro was especially loud today. Maybe it was a reaction to not being able to jump all over Saya yesterday. Even worse, she was sitting at the counter, staring intently outside. But it wasn't Kotaro she was looking at. It was the two figures across the way. A twin-tailed girl in an Amahai uniform and a beautiful, slender girl in a Seisen uniform.
ほうき星先輩、これ、受け取ってください。
Six Stars Club hadn't gathered or anything, but Kogane had come to the store. Saya brought her to meet with Hikari. As I watched to find out what was happening, Kogane was giving Hikari chocolate. Saya spectated through the glass. She was just like a sweaty-palmed dad watching a hockey match on TV that you saw in American movies. I had free time without any customers here, so I watched while organizing the magazine shelf. Hikari looked a bit taken aback, but ultimately took the chocolate and came back to the store.
まさかバレンタインにチョコをもらう側になるなんてね。
女の子からのチョコは欲しくない？
そんなことないけど、嬉しいよ、そりゃ。
Some of that delicious Dorito powder was stuck to my lip, apparently. She put the tastefully wrapped box She put the tastefully wrapped box that looked like it'd hold Japanese sweets on the counter. Seems Kogane went home after handing it over. I could see her expression as she left.
ありがとうございます、先輩。先輩は私の導きの星です。
It was a smile as if she'd realized a lifelong dream.
じゃあ、これは私からね。
Whoops. Hikari took the contrastingly cute pink box and rose it above her head.
さやの友チョ
Kotaro barked on either side of the window. It was like he was asking where his was.
コ開けていい？
どうぞ。
She unwrapped it.
小太郎チョコだ！懐かしい！
Takes you back?
前にもね、もらったことあるんだ。5年生のホワイトデーだっけ？
Saya glanced at me while
私
nodding.
がさやにあげた友チョコのお返しにって。あの時も手作りだったんだよ。
今より下手っぴだったけどね。
ありがとうさや。なーにすねてんの？あんたももらったでしょうが、もっといいの。
I didn't get anything from either of you in 5th grade. They looked at each other awkwardly. Then they looked off somewhere and started whistling uncomfortably. Did these guys seriously alienate me? Give me a piece of that Kotaro chocolate.
ダメ、これ全部私んだもん。
She hit the box with her body. What a kid.
小金井さんのは？
So, it was wrapped somewhat imposingly and wouldn't have shocked us if some Japanese confection or high-class teaware came out of it. Kari cautiously opened it.
おー。
Its contents were cuter than we could have imagined. It was chocolates in the shape of a tailed comet with little pieces of stardust scattered around.
水星だ。憧れのコメットガールへって書いてある。
That is a work of art.
光にぴったりなチョコだよね。
They made it together, so Saya probably knew what it'd be. She wasn't shocked, but was charmed all over again upon seeing it.
これはちゃんとしたお返ししなきゃだね。さやの分もあるし、ちょっと手作り頑張っちゃおっかな。
Saya turned serious as Hikari went on about how hard it was being popular.
光の手作り？
おいこら嫌そうな顔するんじゃない。愛情たっぷりだから、きっと甘いお菓子になるよ。
お砂糖と塩を間違えたりしないでね。
んなベタなことするかい。
An idiot. It's totally something you'd do, though.
大変なのはあっくんだね。
Me?
何とぼけた顔してんの？ホワイトデーは3倍返しが基本でしょ？
3 times?! How much would Chiratori's refined chocolate cost to repay?
せいぜい頑張りなさい。
She sneered as if to say, serves you right. Come on, Saya.
私知らない。
My lover abandoned her boyfriend and turned the opposite direction. Just then, a customer came in, so I went to greet them. Welcome.
ああ、空見くん、こんにちは。
Morita. The one who had entered the store was
こんに
Morita.
ちは。
いやあ、こんにちは。
After casually returning Kari's greeting, he noticed Saya shrinking behind her.
もしかして、天の川さんですか？
はい。はじめまして。天の川さやと言います。
はじめまして、森田一郎です。
昨日はありがとうございました。
She timidly bowed her head. Morita looked at her with kind eyes. We already knew he was coming today. That's why Hikari and Saya were waiting at the store. We had to give our thanks for yesterday.
あなたがつけていた星空のスケッチ、拝見しました。ほうき星さんからお話は伺っていましたが、随分と可愛らしいお嬢さんだ。
はい。どうも。
It was Saya's first time meeting Morita. She had seen him once when he came to the store and on the night that Quadrant
あのスケッチには、星の中の夜空への愛情がこもっていました。しかし大変だったでしょう。何年にもわたって記録し続けるのは。
そんなことないです。好きでやってたことですから。でも、 だんだんと星が見えなくなっていくのが目に見えてわかるので、それはとても辛かったです。
He deeply nodded in agreement.
これ、お礼です。
So I took out another wrapped
チ
box.
ョコレートなんですけど、ちょうどバレンタインだったので。
大好物です。いや、奇遇ですね。実は私も手土産を持ってきていたんですよ。
He took out a package that seemed to contain handmade confections from the paper bag he was holding.
パウンドケーキを焼いてきました。後で皆さんで召し上がってください。
わーお、ラッキー。
Yeah, that's true. Thank you as always, Morita. Tasted his bacon before, and it was like something you'd eat at a restaurant.
ところで、天の川さん、アルバイトをしてみる気はありませんか？
アルバイト？
ええ。実は学校が春休みになる時期に、うちのプラネタリウムでちょっとした催しがありまして、その人手が足りないのですよ。できれば天文知識があり、子供たちの相手ができる人がいい。あなたならぴったりじゃないかと思ったのですが。
すみません。せっかくですが私の学校、アルバイト禁止なんです。
そうですか。それは残念だ。どうも私は振られてばかりだな。
God, he made a regretful face.
戦略がなきゃ、私やったんだけどな。
I heard she was visiting her father, who was working abroad over spring break. I had work at Sao Tome, so I could take over. Though I wasn't good with kids in the first place.
やれやれ、仕方がない。やはりあの人に頼むしかなさそうですね。空見くん、彼女は？
She's over there. Sensei! No reply. I opened the door at the back of the register counter and pulled out the person hiding
やだ
there.
やだ、会いたくない。
What are you, a spoiled brat?
だって絶対お説教されるんだもん。しかも長いのよ、あのおっさん。
聞こえていますよ。
森田さん。
She feared her natural predator. Morita came here to meet with Sensei about the part-time job he mentioned. Sensei had other plans, however, and was hiding the entire time. It might have been a little cute how she hid that, but didn't actually run away.
というわけで、お願いしますね、早乙女さん。
嫌です。
どうしてですか？
働きたくないからです。
Morita's face went blank, mystified at the existence of an adult in this world who didn't want to work. Miura took damage from that attitude alone.
くそー、歩く正論め、星バカめ。
Sensei, you're talking right now. We can hear
天
you.
文知識があり、子供たちの相手が上手な人と言ったら、あなたしかいないでしょ
また10円ハゲができる。すると今期が遠のく。だから無理。QED。
今からお時間はありますか？できれば事務所で軽く打ち合わせがしたいのですが。
忙しいです。夕方はトレンディードラマの再放送を見なきゃいけないんで、1話でも飛ばすと話がわからなくなるんで。
トレンディードラマって何？
そう。
Seems it was the name of a popularish drama from her youth that played around 9 p.m. That's what I was taught by her the other day, at least.
さや、あんたやんなさいよ。そういうの好きでしょ？
校則違反になっちゃうんで。
んなの律儀に守ってどうすんのよ。バレないようにやりゃいいのよ。
You used to be a teacher!
では参りましょうか。
やだって言ってるのに。
そんな格好でいらっしゃるつもりですか？車で待っていますから着替えてらっしゃい。
He's not even fucking listening! I wonder what it was. We're in the same wavelength at all, but the exchange was oddly smooth.
それでは天の川さん、ほうき星さん、空見くん、またプラネタリウムへ遊びに来てくださいね。
Gladly.
また遊びに行きます。
We went back to the car, stopped outside while being barked at by Kotaro.
ひどいと思わない？
Sensei fished for empathy from her former students.
先生がついに働くんだ。
めでたしめでたしだね。
こいつら。
Just accept it and put in some hard work, Sensei.
やだやだ。なんで私が働かなきゃなんないのよ。全部政治のせいだわ。
She went back to change while unconsciously rubbing a spot on the back of her head. Well, I was a little worried about the bald spot would show up if she touched it too much.
さや、ケーキ食べよう。
Here. I figured Hikari would go eat it ASAP, so I brought some plates in anticipation. Saya cut it up and Hikari quickly took a bite. Not quietly.
おいしい。森田さんって絶対女子力高いよね。
ほんとだ。甘さが程よくて焼き具合も完璧なんじゃないかな。
Pound cake, huh? It's pretty good. It was pretty simple, and it seems like you could make a lot at once.
アキト、3倍返しだからね。超期待してるから。
He spoke smugly while waving a plastic fork around. The way she demanded 3 times more than the chocolate she shoved into my pocket sounded an awful lot like a scam. That's right, Hikari. That's 2 obligation chocolates you gave me? Saya smashed it with her fist.
なんですと。
She ate half, so it's only 1.5 times more.
そうだ、光。思い出した。なんなのあれ。私のアックにプロポーズするなんて。
冗談だってさや、アキトがどんな顔するか想像したら楽しくなっちゃって。
これ、やっぱり返して。
私の小太郎チョコ
And thus the big day for both men and women. Valentine's Day boisterously passed us by. Now, what to do about White Day? Though giving back 3 times more than what more was half a joke, I still had to do it right. Dip your dick in Nutella and shove it into Saya's face. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry about that. 1 month passed. March 14th. Yoshioka, please have some refreshments. As if I'd carefully planned it, I brought sweets to the Six Stars Club meeting on White Day.
これは
In return for Valentine's Day, I'm sorry for lumping everyone's up into one though.
バスの中で漂っていた甘い香りの正体はこれだったのですね。てっきり私、天の川先輩がいい匂いをさせてるのだとばかり。私を何だと思ってるのかな、ひなみちゃんは。
空見くんが焼いたのですか？
Yeah, that's right. I borrowed some outside help though. The outside helper played it cool.
美味しそう。ね、早く切り分けて。お皿取ってこよう。
Everyone was shocked by the unexpected return gift. It turned out pretty alright, and even I was a little proud of it. Just as I thought that...
なんだよ。かぶっちまったな。
Kawanakajima took out a box from the larger paper bag he brought. It was completely inconspicuous, so I had thought it was surely something for stargazing.
わお、ケーキだ。
これはまた本格的な。
It was decorated with fruits and cream, just like what you'd see at a store.
生ものってのもどうかと思ったんだけど、今日は会合もあるし、ちょうどいいんじゃないかと思ったっす。
美味しそう。
これ、川中島先輩が作ったの？
うっす！自分が丹精込めて作りました。
He straightened his back like some kind of cheer group as he replied. Everyone was overwhelmed by his presentation. Kari patted my shoulder.
完全にかすれちゃったわね。
I'm going to fucking polish your face with my fists. Shut it. I wanted to say it would be a duel over taste, but I felt like it. I felt like all I'd taste would be more defeat. Why was Kawanakajima so good at making sweets with the way he looked anyway?
森田さんといい、天文やってる男子には女子力高い人が多いのかな。
来年は負けない。
Saya's fighting spirit flared up towards something weird.
僕、ちょっとコンビニ行ってきまーす。
I need to go get some real quick. Toyota and the underclassmen guy stealthily headed towards the convenience store next door. I guess they hadn't prepared anything in return for the obligation chocolate. Well, that's how guys were.
たまちゃん、たまちゃん。
はい。なんでしょう、先輩。
Kari waved over Kogane as she watched our bustling from the
ちょっとい
side.
いかな。
She took her into the hallway.
はい、これ。
これは。
チョコのお返し。ありがとね。素敵なチョコだったから、しばらく飾ってから食べたよ。 とっても美味しかった。
そんな、もったいないお言葉を。
一応それ手作りだけど、あまり期待しないでね。
White Day came to an uneventful end, and the Valentine's Day filled with joy and sorrow was finally settled. It was a month that once again reminded me of the struggles of gender-mixed club activities. Club meeting ended, and I was at the register at Saotoma like always. Saya was silently fiddling with her phone. She was browsing baking sites like that for a while now. I approached from behind and called out to her. Looks like I can get excited for next Valentine's.
何言ってるの？作るのはあっくんだよ。
Me?
言ったじゃない。来年は負けないって。
I didn't see her point.
あっくんにも作れて、みんなが驚くようなケーキを探してるの。
On Valentine's? What am I giving you? What am I giving? And to who?
義理チョコのお返しどうするの？
Let me get this straight. I'm going to get obligation chocolate from everyone again next year. And I'm going to make something in return again. A cake that'll beat Kawanakajima's. Why is that why you get competitive?
だってあっくんが負けちゃうの悔しかったんだもん。
And she went back to her phone. I didn't have the kind of femininity to win against them. Then why not treat everyone to roasted marshmallows outdoors?
いいねそれ。
She had gotten so jealous about me getting chocolate before. She had Hikari's return gift next to her while she enthusiastically fiddled with her phone. I heard she baked Kogane and Saya cookies. How'd they turn out?
こんなの。
Inside the box was thin straw-like cushioning, and on top were distorted, maybe, sorta, kinda, possibly cookies. They appeared to be Kotaro cookies at least. The presentation was a bit lacking, but looking at it like it's a girl's handmade cooking, it may have had a sort of charm. Have you eaten it?
ちょっと苦かったかな。
They did look burned here and
で
there.
も、その苦味が友情の味なんだな。
What's that supposed to mean?
内緒。
She haughtily crunched on the Kotaro cookies. Saya frowned at the cracking sound that cookies shouldn't make. By the way, I've already done my return gift to Saya. We decided to make it mutual, so we baked a pound cake and ate it together. I sat next to her and faced the opposite direction she
5
was.
年生の時も、光にチョコもらったんだ。
That's so. And in return, you gave her Kotaro chocolate, right? Had known that already, and Saya looked a little awkward at my renewed timidity. Boy, I would have liked to eat some.
ねえ、あっくん。もしさ、私が5年生の時に、あっくんにチョコを渡してたら、どうしてた？
Her tone was serious, so I thought it a little instead of taking it lightly. In what way?
多分、好きって言っちゃってたと思う。
I may not have accepted it if it was the me from back then. I imagined the scenario and replied honestly. It wasn't a matter of whether I liked her or not, but I didn't think I could have accepted her feelings with how absorbed with myself I was. She looked relieved, like she'd expected it.
じゃあやっぱり、外村彗星は私の幸運の星だったんだ。
What's that mean? Why is that disappointment your lucky star?
女子だけの内緒なの。
I'm just saying, but it's not because I didn't like you that I wouldn't take it, okay? I just had no idea about love and stuff back then.
わかってるよ。あっくんのこと、ずーっとそばで見てきたんだよ。
She knew me. She knew me, my good sides, my bad sides, my personality better than anyone.
今のあっくんは受け取ってくれるもん。
I'm more grown up than I was back then. I held her hand. I spoke shyly while facing the other way. I want you to be by my side forever from now on.
そんな言い方されたら、女の子は勘違いしちゃうんだよ。
No, they wouldn't. She went red and looked down.
わかった。
Awkward silence. We'd normally kiss at this point, but this location was a bit,
こらところ構わずイチャつくんじゃない。外から丸見えだっての。
We quickly moved apart as Sensei came in through automatic doors open. Okay, she seemed. It seems she went out somewhere for a change.
あのおっさん、先輩だからって偉そうにしちゃって。あたしは好きでニートやってんだっつの。
She must have been out at Morita's place again today. She went to pass by us while grumbling to herself. Sensei, have this.
何よこれ。
A White Day gift. She froze up upon taking the container with 2 slices of pound cake. You're too slow on the uptake! She totally forgot about the chocolate she gave me.
何？手作り？
Yeah?
愛情こもってんじゃん。もしかしてあんた、私のこと。
Don't make me.
私も手伝いましたから。
Saya promptly chimed in.
ああ、そう。じゃあ、いただいとくわ。あんがと。
She entered the house while talking about how tired she was. It was in return for the large half of the chocolate bar. I think I succeeded in making at least hers 3 times more.
先生、本当に再就職しちゃうかも。
She went back to messing with her phone after mumbling that. It'd be nice if that day came. That was loud. That was not nice. That was very loud. That was very, very loud. That did not sound nice at all. I decided to organize the shelves and or something clerk-like after flippantly replying. It was almost the time when customers started coming more. I'll finish before then. Any future is possible. I knew that incredibly well. From the pits of solitude, I found someone I held dear. Friends, and was somehow still living on. It was a future I couldn't have imagined as a kid. I found a cute girlfriend and even casually promised her one with her just earlier. I promised one? A future. Okay. Wonder what was awaiting us further ahead. Wanna take Kotaro for a walk later? I live in today's bliss with moderate expectation of what's to come. There'll probably be times of disappointment like that comet. But it'll surely become the groundwork for somewhere new. Of that I'm certain. Roughly an hour shorter than Hikari's. Intriguing. My first impression of the girl named Amanogawa Sawa was the type of girl you would immediately think of from the words transfer student from the city. Those sunglasses were particularly striking. They didn't suit her at all. We brought it up to tease her about it sometimes, even now. When we did, she'd go red.
いいでしょ？私はあれがかっこいいって思ってたんだもん。
Childhood friends were troublesome things. They knew all about what you got up to as a kid, after all. But when it came to first impressions, it had to be after she removed those sunglasses. Those deep blue and yellowish orange eyes. To be frank, they were far more impactful than those tacky things. Glasses, probably. I ran my mouth without thinking the first time I saw her. They looked like Albireo. Stop it. From our first meeting, including how I made her cry, the girl named Amanogawa Sawa engraved herself vividly into my heart.
へえ、そうなのかい。ついにかい。よかっ ったね、空見くん。
Thank you. I thought I should report to you after all you helped me with.
そうかい。
Why are you
何
crying?
言ってんだい。あんたは私にとっちゃ子供みたいなものなんだよ。懐かしいね。あんたがいた頃が働き者のいい子だった。こんなに立派になって。
Thank you, manager.
しかしなんだね、自分の教え子に先を越されちまうとは。
What's Sensei up to these days? She just shook her head to side and sighed. Long time no see, Kotaro. That's not very friendly. You
も
tired?
う年だからね。最近はすっかりおとなしくなっちまったよ。でもさやちゃんが遊びに来てくれたらすぐ元気になるんじゃないかね。ほんとよく懐いてたもんね。
I'll bring her along with the report next time.
あ、楽しみにしてるよ。
See you, Kotaro. Honestly sad seeing him so devoid of energy now. Thinking right now, Saya's tears were the beginning of everything. The winter albeit ill. Kai, Saya, and I. Our story began not just with our meeting, but with Saya's tears. Our emotions upon seeing that binary star through a telescope, after no small amount of worry and pain, were inexpressible. At first encountered with astronomy became the formation of a powerful bond between us. The poignancy of life's huge chances were usually felt alone, but when you experienced it with someone else, it felt liberating. I was freed from isolation. It began with the days we looked up at the starry sky, gathering every night, observing astronomical bodies at our secret observatory, and recording them in our planetary observation notebook. It was like a daily heart-pounding adventure through the Milky Way. There were discouraging times, like Comet Geisen, but I could look back now and say that was also part of the fun of astronomy. Because we experienced that disappointment together, with the three of us. We reached the end of those fun days, however. We scattered like our shredded notebook.
ほう、ついにですか。そろそろだろうとは思っていましたが、やっと決意を固めたんですね。
I managed to find a job and some leeway in life, so... Plus, I kept her waiting for too long. She supported me like crazy until now.
星に導かれ、出会い、結びついた二人か。ロマンですね。いやね、家内とも言ってみれば星の巡り合わせで、何を隠そう、君たちのような物語があったんですよ。
Oh no.
この後時間はありますか？ぜひ事務所でゆっくりお話を聞かせてください。こんなこともあろうかと、アップルパイを焼いてきたんですよ。
No!
遠慮せず。
I'm sorry, I have plans after this.
そうですか？残念だ。次はぜひ天の川さんも連れてきてください。
I'll do that. She wanted to see you again too. The more beautiful the memory, the deeper the sadness of losing it. I turned my back to my memories, to astronomy. I even became estranged from Saya, living life by distancing myself with solitude however I could. I told myself those days of joy were a misunderstanding or an illusion, and supported only my current self. I took on a boastful, cynical attitude. That's just how life is, I told myself. Then I lost my grandfather, and I couldn't play tough anymore. She was the one who rescued me from yet more loneliness. I could remember the warmth of her hand on mine even now. The warmth of the one I always refused, but told herself she wasn't needed. It was pleasant and kind. Tears overflowed. Bluffs didn't work against someone who'd seen you cry. Ever since then, and up to now, I think Saya has been the one and only person I could depend on. She drew close to me without saying a word, watched over me from nearby to make sure I didn't stubbornly sink into seclusion. The girl named Amanogawa Saya was a modest girl who never tried becoming the heroine of any story. Well, occasionally, there were times like that. I believe that was proof of how she hid her true feelings deep down. Once I realized this, I wanted to make her my heroine. That was the day I resolved that. That was the day I resolved that in my heart. I decided to thoroughly treat her like a princess that night for Mikari's reverse chocolate idea. Didn't have confidence she'd be happy with it in the end, as she didn't like to stand out. But it was a huge success. I'd never seen her so happy before. Even now, Saya mentioned that night at
あっ
times.
くんがね、私をお姫様にしてくれたの。嬉しかったんだ。
We spent our college years in separate places for the first time since meeting. Our scarce one day a month we could meet only strengthened our feelings. After graduation, I returned to Oshinonaka and searched for a job. So I came back as well and became a teacher at a local school. Ever since, she would come to my place on weekends to make meals, do laundry, and clean for me. We were both members of society. I apologized for doing nothing but sponging off her, but
いいの。だって私、あっくんの通い妻だもん。
I couldn't tell her to stop with how happily she told me that. Also, I was happy with her as my commuter wife. To be able to depend on someone. I'd prepared myself to live my whole life without that, to live in utter solitude. But I couldn't go on like that. I schemed up a plan secretly for years. And today was the day I put it in motion. Stargazer?
おめでとうございますですわ。
Come on, Stargazer.
おめでとう、君。あと、ついでに天の川先輩も。
Oh, did they really fuck up calling him Akini and make her call him Aniki? Like she's some fucking Yakuza? What?
おめでとうございます。お二人とも。
Whoops. That's not Stargazer. Sunlight and flowers rained down. A multitude of people gave us their blessings as we appeared from the church doors. Work colleagues, relatives, friends from college and such. And our companions from the Six Stars Club whom we looked up at the night sky with.
おめっとさん、幸せになれよ。
おめでとう、二人とも。
Takechi and Jino are still going well.
天の川さん、綺麗。
Kondo went out of her way to come back here for today.
天の川先輩ではありません。なので満を持して、さや先輩と呼ばせていただきます。
おめでとうございます、部長。とってもお綺麗です。
Yamada and Kogane, the odd underclassmen
お
duo.
めでとう二人とも
よかったな、ソラミ。祝福のポエムを送りますね。
The guys I struggled together with in the female-leaning club. And one giving his blessings stealthily from the shadows.
小僧、奥さんを大事にな。
Oh, we got Old Man Champ's blessing! Fuck yeah! Old Man Champ is my favorite character in this entire game. Old Man Champ was in attendance after I contacted him for the first time in a
元
while.
教え子に先越されるのって何度経験してもたまんないわ。まあ、幸せになんなさいよ。
Even Miyaru was dressed properly and not in a jersey. All our close friends lined up, left and right, wished us happiness. Saya walked through them bashfully. Our group of friends has gotten quite a lot bigger since the Mikazuki Astronomy Club, hasn't it?
うん、
What's wrong?
嬉しいけど、まだ実感なくて。私でいいのかなって。
What are you saying? Of course it is. No one looks better in that dress than you, Saya.
ありがとう。
She held my arm even tighter. I won't let this happiness get away.
私には幸運の彗星だったんだよ。ちっともがっかりなんかじゃなかった。うんうん。なんでもない。
Saya looked up at the voice.
おめで
Kari, who had been hiding last in the line, jumped out and showered us in
とう
rice.
それそれ
Oh, hey!
節分の豆まきじゃないんだから。
Her best friend was the same as ever. Not even after not seeing her in some time. After a bout of laughter, Hikari faced
絶
me.
対幸せにしてやんなさいよ。出ないと承知しないんだから。
Yeah,
ありがとう、光。
綺麗だよ、さや。今日のヒロインはあんただ。
wasn't clear if her good luck comet was the ghost-like comet of disappointment or her best friend right in front of her with the waving twin tails. Still, Saya smiled with happiness from the bottom of her heart. On one day of her life, she could be a
ブー
princess.
ケトスをお願いしますわ。
こっちこっち。さや先輩のブーケ。コレクターアイテムとしてぜひとも欲しい。
部長の思いを受け継ぐのは後輩の務め。ここは私が。
あんたらがっつくんじゃない。いただくのは私よ。
行くよ。それ。
Saya's bouquet fluttered the sky.
おりゃ
お前なんつう運動神経だ。
ー。コメットガール健在。
くそ取られたっす。
さすがです。光お姉様。
Whose hand it landed in, I shan't say.
幸せになろうね、あっくん。
That's Saya. Any future's possible. What I could think of at this moment, with the blessing of so many good luck stars, was an all too ordinary one. One of Saya and I building a tranquil home together. Okay, that was nice. So I remember the ranking I said in last part, so it now is Miharu, and then on the second spot it is, oh, the menu changed. It keeps changing! Oh, that is nice. Anyway, so yeah, ranking is now Miharu, and then on second place, Shears, Saya, and Hikari, and I'm already feeling the usual pain I feel when finishing a game. Like, I actually feel my chest tightening right now. That is something I continuously feel every time I finish a game I enjoyed so much. And now it's happening for this one. Honestly, it really is hard finishing these games. Honest God, I wish for so many of these that I could just keep playing them forever, honestly. But hey, every good story needs to end. That's sadly a fact. And I need to somehow get something in my system right after this recording to prevent the depression from coming in like a fucking runaway train. So anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I certainly did. And as much as I want to see more for Skyfall Stars, I feel like they would just try to put more content in for Sai and Hikari, which I think is wrong. Their stories are finished. There isn't much to be added there. So adding any more would just ruin it. The others, same for Miharu actually. They did a good job in here. Her chapter is also closed. Everyone else, though, they could technically expand upon. So yeah. Those words, we're done with Skyfall Stars Fine Days. Next week we'll be going back to our regularly scheduled Tsuchiya no Junai road. And I'ma also be uploading a video of just asking which route you want me to go for first. That being either the Massacre or Enoshima route. I don't remember the character names right now. I'm sorry. Anyways, does anything change if I go in here?
今日も部活を始めるであります。
Calm down, Kamada Kajima. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this one with me. It's sad to see it go, but hey. Alles hat ein Ende, nur die Wurst hat zwei. I don't know how else to say that. That is a song in Germany that is a German song, folk song that just perfectly encapsulates this. Everything has an end, except for sausages. Those have two. Alles hat ein Ende, nur die Wurst hat zwei. Jawohl, mein Schatz, es ist vorbei. Doch du musst nicht traurig sein. Du bist ja nicht lang alleine. Alles hat ein Ende, nur die Wurst hat zwei. Mein Schatz, es ist vorbei. And I'm not gonna keep singing. Anyways, so yeah, hope you guys enjoyed it. I sure as fucking hell did. I don't want this to end. Anyways, bye.